introductions as soon as we start live streaming. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. This morning and this afternoon, actually, we have a number of work sessions. We will start, as always, with committee introductions. Before we do that, I just wanted to make an announcement about our work this afternoon. Our last bill, LD 1946, an act to ensure constitutionally adequate contact with counsel, we're going to postpone and reschedule that bill for another time. So that would be a change to our schedule. I wanted to let folks know that in case they were joining us expecting to participate in that work session. And so with that announcement, we'll start with committee introductions, and I'm just going to call on committee members as I see you on the computer screen. Representative Sheehan, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent House District 12 in Biddeford. Representative Babbage.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Babbage. I represent House District 8, which is most of the town of Kennebunk.
Representative Thorne.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and everyone. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent House District 103, which are the towns of Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County.
Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, everybody. My name is Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and a small part of Madison.
Representative Reckitt.
Morning. My name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is a portion of South Portland.
Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all. I am Steve Moriarty, representing House District 45, Cumberland and part of Gray.
Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laurel Libby, and I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot.
And Senator Keim.
Good morning, everyone. Lisa Keim. I represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm Senator Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, where I reside, and a small portion of Scarborough. And we are joined today by our committee OPLA analyst, Peggy Reinsch, and also by our committee clerk, Susan, also known as Soupy Panette. And we may be joined by our second analyst, Janet Stocco, but I think she'll probably just be with us tomorrow. So it's thank you all. And so we'll begin this morning's work sessions with the work session on LD 1958, an act to amend the Maine Parentage Act with regard to presumed parentage. And Peggy, I think we are ready for the bill analysis when you're ready.
Great. Thank you. So this bill comes from the Family Law Advisory Commission. They recognize that the current Maine Parentage Act establishes, one of the ways to establish parentage under the Maine Parentage Act is through a presumption. And the presumption is, there's a marital presumption that if a child is born of a marriage, it's presumed that both of those, the people who are married to each other are the presumed parents of that child. There's also, so there's a process. The Maine Parentage Act says that presumption applies, and there are very narrow opportunities to challenge that presumption after the child is 2 years old. What the Maine Parentage Act doesn't do is what happens if there's a challenge to the parentage of that child before the child is 2 years old. And so that's the purpose of this bill, is to establish what that process is and what the parties need to show, and what it's really about what the court needs to think about in order to decide, figure out, to adjudicate parentage in that case. And it cross-references the best interests of the child, which is part of the regular parental rights and responsibilities section 1653 in Title 19A. That applies in all parental rights and responsibilities situations. And so what this bill does is it establishes the process for challenging if the child is under 2, and it says what information needs to be used, what evidence, or what are the court considerations for that. And so that is what sections 2, 3, 2 and 3 really apply to. And then 4 is also talking about using genetic testing when that can be used. 5 is also, it's limiting who can use genetic testing. And right now, the current law says that the department is not permitted to use genetic testing to establish parentage if there are already 2 parents on the birth certificate. And the Office of Child and Family Services recognizes that there are some situations where that is actually an appropriate inquiry. And so what this bill does is say the Child Support Enforcement Agency is not allowed to use genetic testing to establish parentage in those situations when there's already 2 parents listed. And Debbie Willis is in the attendee room, and she will raise her hand if I'm explaining that incorrectly. And there are others. There's a couple of corrections. Last year, if you remember, you dealt with the acknowledgement of parentage, and we missed a couple of references to acknowledged father. We changed it to acknowledged parent every place else in the bill last year. And so that's what section 1 does. And section 12. So also in your attendee room, in addition to Debbie Willis, who's in charge of all the child support actions for the Attorney General's office, is Professor Deidre Smith from the law school, who both of them are consultants to FLAC and can answer questions about these bills. I mean, about these, the provisions in the bill.
Thank you, Peggy. So committee members, let's start with questions regarding the bill. Are there any questions first for Peggy? And then I'll offer questions for Debbie Willis and Deidre Smith. Let's start with any questions for Peggy? Senator Khan?
Peggy, could you go over the genetic testing piece again? For some reason, I'm struggling to hold that in my mind as I consider the bill.
So I think, are you looking at anything in particular, or like section 4 of the bill amends the subchapter on genetic parentage, and subsection 1 is current law. We're repealing it and replacing it because we're adding subsection 2. So the only new language there is subsection 2, which says genetic testing may not be used to challenge the parentage of a person who is a parent by operation of law under subchapter 7, which is, I get these mixed up. Subchapter 7 is genetic. One of them is assisted reproduction, and the other is like surrogacy type arrangements. And I don't have that right in front of me. So that's what those 2 chapters, those 2 subchapters are applying to. So if someone is a parent by operation of law because they went through the process of assisted reproduction and they have been determined a parent by law, even though they aren't necessarily a genetic parent, then you don't use genetic testing to undo that determination of parentage. So that's what that subsection 2 is saying. You don't use genetic testing if you've already established the parentage in those situations where you might have been using the gametes from somebody else. If you've established their parentage by law, then you don't undo it by doing genetic testing. Does that, am I?
Yes, and then, but are we changing who can request genetic testing? Or I guess even force genetic testing? Or are we changing that here?
Right. You know what? I think Professor Smith might be able to explain this a little bit better. You're actually talking about challenging a presumed parent, right? Right. So if the presumed parent is also a genetic parent of the child, then the court needs to, when parentage is challenged, then the court has to adjudicate that the presumed parent is the parent of the child because they have that genetic connection. Presumed parent and genetic parent, the court adjudicates them as a parent. If the presumed parent is not identified as a genetic parent and is not a donor in assisted reproduction, the court uses the factors of looking through more factors than just the genetics in that situation, including that cross-reference to 1653 best interest of the child.
We have been
Thank you,
joined
Peggy.
by Deidre Smith.
Yay.
It's complex. And thank you both Deidre Smith and Debbie Willis for joining us. And Deidre Smith, are you able to provide additional clarification on those questions?
I will do my very best. And obviously Debbie Willis is also in a great position to address this. So to answer your question, Senator Keim, I think your question was, is there anything in LD 1958 that is expanding the ability of somebody to require testing, genetic testing in a situation perhaps as part of a challenge? And the short answer is no. I think the only change that's in 1958 that would potentially modify the availability of genetic testing is the clarification about what the department can do. So that language change from using just referring to the department generally to a child support enforcement agency. And as Dr. Landry explained in his testimony, the reason why the department requested that change was that the reference to the department had a blanket restriction on when the department could seek genetic testing to establish parentage in all contexts, whereas what was really intended was to limit it in the support enforcement context. So therefore, it created problems in the child protection proceedings. So that proposal is clarified to show that the restriction on the department's ability to seek genetic testing is in the child support realm and not in these other realms. Otherwise, LD 1958 is not proposing any changes to who can and cannot seek genetic testing to establish parentage. I hope that answers your question.
Go ahead, Senator Keim.
Thank you. So if I understand this correctly, what you're saying is that the department wouldn't be allowed, in other statute, the department is prohibited from seeking genetic testing. And so the change here is that so only one agency can seek genetic testing, and because that's the agency that's in charge of child support, or would be overseeing child support. Did I restate that correctly?
I see that Attorney Willis has her hand raised, so I'm going to let her jump in if that's okay.
I hope that's okay, Senator Kime. I put my hand back down if I know how. Senator Kime, it's the opposite. It's actually the opposite. So there's a broad prohibition on the department asking for genetic testing when there's a legal parent on the birth record. And I've long said that in my world of child support enforcement, I live in a world of legal parents. If you want to become the parent of a child through legal means, you're the parent. Child protection does not live in that same world because of the constitutional protections to parental rights. They want to know biology. I like biology too, but I live in a world of legal parents. So there was a broad prohibition on the department asking for genetic testing. That was detrimental to children who are in the child protection system. I can't speak for Dr. Landry or my coworkers here, but they strive to have all, they want to know all the biological parents. They want to make sure that, is that a proper placement or something? They need to know who biological parents are. I live in a world of legal parents to make them pay money. They're talking about their parental rights. So that they ask, could we tailor this down to just restricting the Child Support Enforcement Agency for asking for genetic testing? And so the restriction remains on me, but it opens it up for child protection to ask. Because sometimes when children come into the system, the mother might disclose, yes, for a typical example, yes, my husband's name is on the birth record, but he's not actually the biological father of the child. Here's so-and-so who is the father. And then now they would be able to ask the court for an order on genetic testing. The court would have to grant the order on genetic testing, but at least they could ask now.
And currently before this, they can't ask.
Correct, Senator Kime, they couldn't ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee members, are there any additional questions about LD 1958? Representative Reckitt? We're not able to hear you, Representative.
I was making a motion ought to pass if there is no amendment that's been introduced today, which I don't think there is, because the discussion we just had is included in the bill. Right? Yeah, so that's an ought to pass motion.
Okay, so we have a ought to pass motion by Representative Reckitt. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Babbage. And committee members, any discussion on the motion? I am not seeing any discussion. I am going to do two things. One is to allow Representative Evangelos to introduce himself, and then also to thank our guests, Debbie Willis and Deidre Smith, for being here today and answering our questions. And I'll move you back to the attendee part of the meeting.
Thank you, both of you.
Yeah. And Representative Evangelos, if you'd like to introduce yourself, go ahead when you're ready.
I'm ready. Thank you, Senator Carney. I apologize for being late. Morning got away from me outside. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91. I live in Friendship.
Thank you. And Representative Evangelos, just to catch you up, we have only started our work. We started our work with the work session on 1958, an act to amend the Maine Parentage Act with regard to presumed parentage. There is an ought to pass motion by Representative Reckitt, seconded by Representative Babbage. And that is where we are.
I'm with you.
Okay. Did you wish to ask any questions or speak to the motion?
No, I heard the last 5 or 10 minutes of the discussion. I'm satisfied.
Okay, great. Thank you. And our committee clerk is here to call the vote. Go, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime.
No.
Senator Kime votes no. Representative Harnett. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Sorry. Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Harnett. Representative Harnett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 6 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And for those who voted against the pending motion, could you let us know what your report is?
Ought not to pass.
Is that for everyone? Okay, thank you so much. And so the ought to pass motion carries 6-4 with 4 absences. And with that, we will close the work session on LD 1958 and open up the next work session. Just for members of the committee and members of the public, you'll see that LD 1972 was listed, but we moved into a work session and voted on that legislation immediately after our public hearing on the bill. So we'll actually skip to the next bill on our list, and that is LD 1971, an act to implement the recommendations of the Right to Know Advisory Committee concerning remote participation. And Peggy, if you would like to provide your bill analysis, we are excited to hear it.
I would be happy to. Thank you. So this bill amends the remote participation law that you put together last year, that to try to cover something that actually the Public Access Ombudsman brought it to the attention of the Right to Know Advisory Committee, that there are still lots of public bodies who were not meeting in person because of health reasons, basically, but they hadn't actually met in person to adopt a policy that allows them to meet remotely. And that's what the statute requires, that you have to have an in-person meeting and adopt your remote participation policy in an in-person meeting in order to allow remote participation. And there are other requirements in the statute about what that policy needs to provide. So all this bill amends is it creates a process for an entity to meet not in person, to adopt a policy that authorizes more remote participation meetings. And it's a 2-step process. It's the chair of the public body. If the chair determines that they can't meet in person, the chair can call a meeting and give notice and say, we're going to adopt we're going to adopt a remote participation policy so the public is aware. They establish the remote meeting, and the first thing that the members of the public body do in that remote meeting is vote on whether or not they agree that the situation is such that they have to meet remotely. So that's the first vote. And then the second vote is, if that's a yes, then they go on to vote on whether or not to adopt the remote participation policy after there's been an opportunity for the public to weigh in. And I know that there was some concern about making sure that the public policy was available that the policy itself was available to the public prior to the meeting so they would know what they're reacting to. The notice is also supposed to provide instructions on how the public can participate in that remote meeting. And it's what the Right to Know Advisory Committee is recommending. I think this was a unanimous recommendation of right to know.
It was, and in fact, the Right to Know Advisory Committee found itself in this position because the first meeting was remote, at which we knew that we did not have a remote meeting policy, and at that point made a plan to adopt a policy, but the committee had to meet in person, despite concerns about the safety of that in-person meeting, in order to adopt the remote meeting policy. So that is just a little note about how this, one of the factors that played into this policy, this statutory proposal. And Peggy, did you, I know that Representative Babbage raised a concern about clarifying this legislation to make sure that it specifies that the proposed policy that is the subject of the meeting be made publicly available in advance of the meeting in conjunction with the notice. Do you have some proposed amendment language for that?
I did put some language together this morning, and I'm sorry I haven't sent it out. I can do that right now, and I can also share my screen. I know neither one of them is ideal, but so if you give me a second, I will email that out. How about this? I will share my screen, and then I will email it out. Oh, I can't do that because I'll be sharing my screen. I'll email it out.
Okay, so that'll just take a minute. I see that. No, that's right. There are a couple of hands up. Would you like to speak now, Senator Keim, or is it okay for us to wait for Peggy to share the screen?
Yeah, it just takes a second. Just while we are looking at that, I would like to kind of circle back to that suggestion that we create a 2/3 vote. And so when you share your screen, Peggy, if you could just make note of where we would insert that language, if the committee was agreeable to that amendment as well.
Right.
Thank you.
We're ready to share. I'll do that. Okay, so hopefully this is almost as big as I can make it. So this is replacing the bill, but it's mostly the text of the bill. And what you see here is we're inserting language 2 places. And I did touch base with Brenda Kelty about this language too. So this is the notice. Must include the proposed policy or instructions on how to obtain a copy of the proposed policy in advance of the meeting. And that applies in all situations, not just the emergency meeting in 1 and 2. And this is 1 and 2 apply to the emergency remote meeting to adopt a policy, and adding basically the same language. And the proposed policy it has to be part of the notice or instructions on how to obtain a copy of the proposed policy in advance of the meeting. So it could be a link, it could be attached to the notice that's sent out electronically. It could be a link, it could be that copies are posted someplace. I'm thinking that if you're doing remote meetings, there's a whole lot of email or remote type of notice going on, and it would be easy to attach it or put a link and post it on the board's website or the town's website. In addition, if you remember, there is a paragraph in subsection 2 about the policy about remote meetings that says there was a lot of concern about how a public body would share documents, that it usually wasn't a problem when they were meeting in person and they'd have copies and share them with people in the audience. If they're meeting remotely, what's the requirements for say the municipality to share those documents? So just to be very clear, the policy is a document, or it can be the document. So adding this new sentence, the public body must make the proposed policy available in advance of the meeting if meeting remotely under paragraph A, subparagraphs 1 and 2. So that just kind of ties that knot. If that's one of the documents and it has to be made available in advance, the other ones, not necessarily in advance. So Senator Khan was asking, I think that this is where you'd put it someplace in subparagraph 2 that the 2/3 vote would be in there. So, and there are 2 votes happening. Actually, the first vote, here's the first vote. Here's the first vote that yes, it's an emergency. We should be able to meet remotely. The second vote would be here. Yes, let's adopt this policy. These votes are only about these emergency situations where the public body decides it's not good to be meeting in person to adopt the policy. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing because I see there are.
Actually,
Oh, you want me to go back?
I wanted to just follow up with Senator Keim first. Senator Keim, did you want to propose a location for additional language?
I would, but I think I need, and I like the screen sharing being up maybe while we just, so we can see this while I ask this question. But so one thing you said confused me. You said the policy would only be for that emergency remote, for that one remote meeting. So this isn't the overall policy of remote meetings. You're saying this is just the one meeting?
No, this policy would be something that they would be, that would be broader when they'd be adopting it going forward. But
okay,
these subparagraphs only apply to that remote. So subsection 2 is them voting to adopt the policy going forward. That applies to everything. In subparagraph 1, that is the vote to confirm that they do think a remote meeting is necessary. They should not be meeting in person. And this is the only place where there's a discussion about voting on the policy. So although 2 is for, the policy going forward for the whole entity, this only applies when they're adopting it in a remote meeting. Does that make sense? So there's nothing that actually talks about voting in the statute right now. It just says they adopt. And so adopting usually means, they vote, and it's by, if they actually take a vote, it would be by a majority, might be by consensus or, voice vote or something. But the rest of section 403B only talks about adopting the policy. So if you want to make sure that the policy is always subject to a 2/3 vote, then I think we need to do an additional amendment.
Okay, so what I was thinking then is it would be in subsection 1, so that in order to go remote, it would be by a 2/3 vote.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Senator Keim? So are you saying that initial kind of threshold determination that an emergency exists that prevents the body from meeting in person, that's the item that would require a 2/3 vote?
Right. So when it says once the meeting is convened, the members shall vote on whether to support the chair's determination. So right there is where I think it should be the members shall vote. So 2/3 or whatever, we would put it right there. So obviously the chair is first making that initial outreach to say, hey, we've got a bridge that's down, we've got whatever, and let's meet remote. I just think then that the body as a whole, that the members that are voting members should have a 2/3 vote, because maybe they would say, well, that doesn't work for a lot of my constituency and the bridge is out or it's a bad snowstorm or whatever. So let's postpone as opposed to let's go remote, right? So I just want to set the bar higher to recognize that the decision to go remote is a large impact on people in varying degrees. So I wanted to set the bar higher for that exact instance of whether or not to go remote.
So, but you're talking about that in all situations? Because so the vote in one is the body does not have a remote participation policy. They want to meet remotely, but because they don't have a policy, they can't meet remotely, or they can't even let some people meet remotely, if I can say the word correctly. And because the current law says they have to adopt the policy in an in-person meeting, this is the exception to the adoption of the policy, not meeting after they adopt the policy. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want it to apply in more situations, so I think this is where it would be, the body has adopted a written policy. That would, if you want them to have a 2/3 vote for the body to adopt a policy anytime, even if it's in an in-person meeting, then I think you'd go there. If you're talking about, do we agree, we already have a policy, but do we agree with the chair's determination that we need to meet and it's an emergency, so we can't meet in person? Then that goes someplace else, not in paragraph A. Did I just confuse things?
Probably not things, probably just me.
Well, if it helps, a bill you have later in the session, work session, LD 1772, actually strikes out all of paragraph B. Paragraph B is the one that kind of says the default is meet in person, and here's circumstances where it's not practicable to meet in person. And so maybe that's something you want to address in LD 1772 as well.
Right, but I think that I think it also has to go here, right? Because
if that's what you want, yeah, you can do that here.
I mean, but I think I think both of them are covering the instance. The instance that I'm trying to cover is that initial decision to go remote, right? Whether it's let's go remote and to make a policy, or let's actually just go remote and use the policy we already have.
Okay, so this applies, what you have on the screen right now applies only in that first case.
Right.
If you're talking about making a decision to go remote after you already have a policy, then we would be amending paragraph B someplace.
Right, in the other bill that you're talking about, right? But in this bill,
right,
it would be, right. It isn't that I'm looking for the policy to be accepted by 2/3. It's simply that vote right there where your cursor is.
Okay. Okay, something like and must approve, must agree. Right, so my mind is blank right now because the way this is written, it shall vote on whether to support as opposed to, so that could go either way, right? So I need to reword it a little more than just throwing a 2/3 in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can add something that the vote must be by 2/3 to a vote in agreement must be by 2/3.
And Peggy, we might be working with two different committee reports here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. well, then I can definitely spend a little more brain power on it and bring you back better language. But I understand what you're talking about, Senator Kime.
Thank you.
Senator Kime, are you all set with the screen share for now?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think Representative Thorne, you were next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Senator Kime's point, I think obviously this is intended, and as the language says, as a result of COVID, this policy was initiated, school boards and such, not necessarily a short-term emergency like a snowstorm, but more so a pandemic type situation. And this is like picking up a handful of water. The unintended consequences of it are going to probably outweigh the benefits of it in the long run. And that each public body will probably use this to define their own meeting criteria. Is that right, Peggy? This just gives them the opportunity to do it. The conditions surrounding the meeting would be up to each body.
So the law was passed last year and was an emergency because there was a remote participation piece that was enacted in early 2020, right? And when it expired, you had this new law in place, 403B, and the default, it says the policy adopted pursuant to paragraph A must provide that members of the body are expected to be physically present for the public proceedings, except when being physically present is not practicable. And then the statute goes on to provide some circumstances where it's not practicable. So it can be long-term. It can be, the health of the community, and they want to do their regular select board meeting, and they just don't want to do that in person because of the long-term health effects. It could be that it's a water district and a water main has broken and they need to get the water district board together. And so that might be a very short-term but very emergency situation. So it was intended to apply to both of those as long as the entity has adopted a remote participation policy ahead of time. What this bill is saying, if you didn't do that policy ahead of time, here's how you can do it remotely.
And I always think devil's advocate side of disenfranchising people. And even with the current way before the pandemic of meeting, there were disenfranchised people saying, oh, I can't get to the meeting, it's too far to go, or I have limitations or what have you. But each individual public entity would have the ability to set terms and conditions and how long that will remain in effect. And, and I'm also thinking about people that until such time that broadband becomes available for everybody, people saying, well, I couldn't tune, that's not fair. I couldn't get a signal, or my cable wouldn't allow me. So I'm just trying to think about how these policies that get adopted, how people would be still felt left out, or they didn't get the message. To Senator Kime's point again, they didn't get a message that they weren't on the list as a public to get the list that there's going to be a vote, or would that just be for the committee members to vote on, for lack of a better term, in executive session without the public's input or oversight?
Well, executive sessions are very strictly provided for in the statute, and this doesn't address executive sessions. And the whole idea is before a board can adopt a policy, it needs to have an opportunity for a public hearing. So if the people in the municipality don't think this is a good idea to have a remote participation policy, they should have an opportunity to say that before the policy is adopted. Or they can say, we don't think it's a good idea to be able to hold these meetings, or you should only hold them at certain times of day. Or we think they could put in their policy that you have to agree as a group by a 2/3 vote that there really is an emergency situation in order to meet remotely. But that's left to the policies themselves. It's left to the constituents of if it's a select board or actually it doesn't apply to right. So I mean, you're right that there might be people that are disenfranchised, but they should have the opportunity to weigh in before the policy is even adopted.
The decision to make that doesn't necessarily require input or notice to the public.
It does. It does. Any public proceeding requires notice to the public. That's part of the Freedom of Access law. And this process says notice after notice and hearing. And a hearing means the public has the opportunity to weigh in. That's a kind of a standard due process requirement. If you say notice and hearing, the people who are interested have to have an opportunity to get the notice, and they also have to have an opportunity to weigh in. That doesn't mean they're going to be listened to, but they have to have the opportunity.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Representative Libby, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a Peggy question. Thank you very much for the thorough explanation. What I'm wondering is perhaps in a different section, but relates to this, and that is regarding the notice that is required. So in this amended section, it doesn't mention a time frame that is required for notice. So is that elsewhere? Because I would consider, 2-hour notice very different from 2-week notice and, everything in between. So where in the statute does it refer to how much notice is required?
So the Freedom of Access Act says notice has to be provided, and it's reasonable notice. And I'll pull that up for you as soon as I.
Thank you.
It's Title I, Section 406. And I'm not sure I can make this any bigger for you. So it says public notice shall be given for all public proceedings. The notice shall be given in ample time to allow public attendance and shall be disseminated in a manner reasonably calculated to notify the general public in the jurisdiction served by the body or agency concerned. In the event of an emergency meeting, local representatives of the media shall be notified of the meeting whenever practical. The notification to include time and location by the same or faster means used to notify the members of the agency conducting the public proceeding. That's been on the books for quite a while. And the idea is if you know that you're holding a meeting in a week, then you need to give notice. It doesn't have to be a week in advance, but it has to be ample time to give people notice. If you know that you have to meet today at 3 o'clock to deal with the water main break, as soon as you know your meeting, you get that notice out to everybody that you can, including the local media. And the local media is supposed to be responsible for a wider distribution of that information.
Okay. Thank you. That makes a lot of assumptions about people operating in good faith, I guess.
It does.
I think Representative Babbage, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Peggy, regarding the 2/3 recommended by Senator Keim, and I had emailed her my main concern was that the public be aware of proposed wording that would involve the board's ability to go forward remotely without ever having to be confronted in person. So I thought that awareness, that notice was important. But when Senator Kine brought up the 2/3, I wasn't opposed to that, but I did reach out and say that I'd be willing to support it as long as my other concern was addressed. But this 2/3 that we are putting in right now would be voted on once the remote meeting had taken place as an expression of support of the chair's decision for the validity of meeting remotely. And if they should vote it down, it would mean that that meeting could not transact business.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's my understanding, that then they couldn't go forward and adopt the policy. So they'd have to, in order to meet remotely after they've gone through that and said, no, it's not an emergency, we can meet in person, they would need to meet in person in order to adopt a policy. Or they could try again another time, but they would not have it. That means they would not have a policy to meet remotely.
Does the 2/3 vote address only the ability to adopt a policy or to transact business? If you talked about that water board with a water main broken and you have 5 people, one of them or 2 of them may be absent, and they want to address the need, are they able to make a decision if the reason for the remote meeting is denied by the vote of the board?
And you're talking about a situation where they didn't already have a remote participation policy?
Right.
I think the 2/3 vote might be those present and voting. So they might be able to go forward with that. And you know, that raises the question of, you have 3 out of 5 there, and they're going to, not only are they going to agree that it's an emergency situation, because it is, but they're also going to adopt a policy, a remote participation policy. But again, there has to be an opportunity for a hearing before they adopt that. Yes, they agree by 2/3. Then the next question is, the public has to have an opportunity to weigh in, and then they can adopt the policy.
That was my second question, if I may, Madam Chair, to Peggy, was the wording in section 2, after opportunity for hearing. I wondered if that was strong enough to specify that we're talking about public input, that we're talking about time designated for public hearing. Is that inferred, or is that defined so that that would take place?
Right. I like to think that's standard kind of due process, administrative procedure language. Opportunity for a hearing, notice, opportunity for a hearing are the hallmarks of procedural due process in any kind of legal setting. So if you think it needs more specificity, we can probably write that in. But we might want to address it in other situations where we've just used that opportunity for a hearing. You want to make sure that there's an opportunity for a hearing. If nobody shows up,
right,
you don't want to say they can't go forward. Maybe nobody showed up because they agree with it.
I just want to know if hearing specified availability of anyone in the public to weigh in, if that was just assumed or accepted. But if I may make just a comment on where we are, Madam Chair, this is a work session. Okay. Did you want to?
Let me inquire as to whether Representative Moriarty has a question of Peggy first,
Great.
And then we'll come right back to you. Representative Moriarty, do you have a question for Peggy?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you. Peggy, I'm getting a little twisted around about two different scenarios. The first is sort of a suddenly occurring situation where there is no adopted policy by the body in question. Your example was the broken water main, which is a good one to work with. As I understand the proposed committee amendment that you have just sent to us, under A1, a decision to meet remotely to address that particular emergency can be made itself remotely, and the meeting can take place. And that's a one-time determination pertinent to only that single meeting. Am I correct on that?
I think the way that's drafted and the way the Right to Know Advisory Committee looked at it was the reason. There are two reasons you're meeting remotely. One is to deal with an issue,
Yep.
But the other one is, and it might be because you're a board that needs to meet every month and you haven't been able to meet for 3 or 4 months. And so you need to meet, and this is why you want to go down this process. But you could have an emergency situation. They hadn't planned on meeting remotely, but now they need to. So I think this contemplates meeting remotely, and for the purpose, one of the purposes of that meeting is to adopt a policy, a remote participation policy. I don't think one addresses a situation where you're talking about where they say, well, we don't really want a remote participation policy, or we'll be happy to do it in an in-person meeting, but right now we have to meet because we have an emergency situation.
Yeah, and I would just clarify, Representative Moriarty, that the thing that the Right to Know Advisory Committee was worried about, because I was a member of that committee, was that there are public bodies that do not have a remote meeting policy. And we wanted to create statutory language that would allow them to meet specifically for the purpose of adopting a remote meeting policy in the instance where it was not safe to meet in person. So
Okay.
it's just that it's a very narrow set of circumstances where you have to meet remotely because of emergency reasons to adopt that remote meeting policy.
So subparagraph 1 could be used then in two instances. One would be to meet remotely to adopt a policy itself. And then secondly, to meet remotely to address an emergency or urgent situation.
I don't think that is correct. So section 1 is specifically talks about a body that does not have a remote meeting policy.
Correct.
Meeting to adopt that remote meeting policy. Now, if they did meet and adopt that policy and have a meeting pursuant to that policy, they could take care of other business.
Of course.
But this is really focused on a public body that does not have a remote meeting policy and doesn't have the ability, because of emergency or safety reasons, doesn't have the ability to meet in person to adopt that remote policy.
Okay, I think I'm seeing it now. So if there's no policy and a water main breaks, you really can't meet remotely to address the water main.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Okay. I think I understand now, and I do think the language could be tightened a little bit to make that a bit clearer. It's really dealing with how a body goes about adopting a policy. Ordinarily, it would be done in person. but there may be a persistent or even sudden emergency that prevents them from doing so, in which case this is an alternative way of adopting the policy.
Yeah.
It doesn't
and-
address the crisis at hand, only the policy.
Right. And I think that's sort of the prefatory language in subsection A1. If a public body has not adopted a policy authorizing remote methods, then they can, and as you look down, it says they can meet for the purpose of adopting that policy.
Yep. Okay.
I wanted to ask, I know that Representative Babbage has been very patient, and he wants to share his thoughts. Representative Evangelos, did you have a question for Peggy?
It may require her input, but it's just, are we, as part of this, debating whether there should be a majority vote threshold or a 2/3 vote threshold for any piece of this? Madam Chair, could somebody clarify that for me?
Yeah, so we don't have a motion on the floor yet. And so it seems like we have two proposals for amendments. One is to establish that 2/3 threshold, and the other is to require access to the actual language of the remote meeting policy as part of the notice for the meeting. And there may be a report that includes both of those elements, and there may be a report that includes only one. But again, there's not any motion currently on the, thank you.
I just wanted the committee to be aware then on a 5-member board with a 2/3 requirement, we'd actually be having an 80% requirement because 3 out of 5 is only 60%. So I don't see in a 5-member board 2/3 being realistic. Secondly, trust me, I've been a town manager. When the water line and sewer line breaks, I'm ordering the crew out right away. They can have their meeting that night. But we're going to plug the leak right away.
Thank you. Representative Babbage, you wanted to make a comment, a policy-based comment as well. Go ahead.
I'd like a clarification of maybe the alternative proposals that are before us, but the reason that I'm not opposed to the 2/3 is that I would assume that whether it's a 3-member, 5-member, 7-member board, that it would be unanimous. If it's not unanimous, none of those 3, 5, or 7-member boards could be vetoed by one obstinate board member. But if there's 2 or more, maybe there's reason maybe there's insufficient notice or the worry of disenfranchisement or something. So the 2/3 issue is not a serious obstacle for me. But I was reminded in a conversation here that in the in-person policy, we did approve a simple majority as a process to go forward to adopt a policy, a remote policy. And I guess the way that Senator Keim has discussed her desire to insert a 2/3 requirement, that remains the case with adopting the policy, that it would be a majority. If the meeting is determined to be valid by a 2/3 vote, then it still would be a simple majority to pass a new policy if proper notice had been given. My intent with regard to all restrictions would be to protect the public from a strong chair who wishes to avoid in-person confrontation with constituents as a matter of convenience. This request is to allow the facility and efficiency of a board being able to adopt a remote policy remotely. And I think Senator Harnet's wording with the addition that the notice include access to the wording of the policy to be adopted. I think that's that satisfies that. So I think is the 2/3 vote making things more difficult for the board? Well, no. What we're doing for the board is saying, no, you can do this remotely. You don't have to meet in person like the current law says. So we're going to make it easy for you, but it's got to be a pretty overwhelming determination of the board that this is necessary to do that. So that's where I am. If Senator, whatever the motion may be, if some are going to vote for 2/3 and some not 2/3, I would like to know what the rest of the bill may look like before we have the vote, so I could determine which way I might go. Appreciate it.
Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Representative Babbage's point, I mean, for an example, I think you needn't look any further than either this committee or the presiding officer committee as examples of the importance of simple majority votes versus 2/3 majority vote on which way the policy goes. So I would keep that in mind as we go forward on this, the importance of that. Thank you.
Committee members, I have a suggestion. It seems like we have two different proposals that have been discussed, and I'm wondering if it would make sense for us to table this and to ask Peggy to draft up both versions of the proposal so that we could come back at another time and each of us have the opportunity to look at those proposals and proceed to kind of a more streamlined work session once we can actually see the full language, the two options. I would request committee reaction to that suggestion. Senator Kime?
For myself, I would want to see Representative Harnet's language, his new proposal used, and then just put in the, or maybe it's yours, Senator Carney. But anyway, the new language that we were just looking at used, but with the 2/3 of those members present and voting. However, Representative Moriarty said that he thought the language could be tightened. And so if he did want to work with Peggy to make sure that the language was more clear, I would be obviously interested in seeing what the product of that was, because we definitely wrestled with this a bit.
Yeah.
But just to clarify, I would like what we've been talking about with the added thing in it, not going back to the original bill and putting in 2/3 there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I agree. It's been a little, we've all had a hard time kind of grasping the language as it's currently formulated. Thank you. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your asking our opinion. I don't mean to throw cold water on this, but here we are as a committee having difficulty agreeing on basic conditions to allow public entities to even discuss and come up with their own guidelines around remote meetings. So, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is just a basic concept of authorizing public groups to meet remotely. It doesn't even get into the weeds of conditions around or how much notice or anything like that. So it is definitely a fluid process of changing and evolving with every recommendation and suggestion. So I'm in favor of taking all the time that we can to set the parameters around this before we release it, again, just for good intentions and good purposes that have consequences surrounding the results of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Committee members, is there a motion to table? Moved by Representative Babbage. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Thorne. And so with that, we will table the work, LD 1971 is tabled, and we'll close the work session and reschedule it for as promptly as possible. I see Senator Keim there are a bunch of hands up. Senator Keim, you go ahead.
I just thought we should vote on the tabling motion.
Absolutely. I don't know where my mind is today. Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate everybody's patience with me, and our committee clerk has appeared and is ready to take the vote on the motion to table.
Happy to do so, Madam Chair. And sorry, I wasn't quick enough on the draw to open up my video. So Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Harnett. Representative Harnett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you so much. So the motion to table carries 10-0 with 4 absences. And again, sorry I rushed us along, everyone. And so with that, LD 1971 is tabled. The work session is over, and we'll reschedule that as soon as we are able to.
Could I just ask if Representative Moriarty could get in touch with me if you have things that you think would clarify the language? If you want to share that with me in the next day or so, that would be great.
The next day or so, that could be an issue.
Okay, if you could do it before Monday.
That's different. That gives me Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to open our next work session on LD 1854, an act to amend the Finance Authority of Maine Act to allow for remote meetings. And Peggy, if you wanted to give us a brief bill analysis on this one, I think it's a simpler one than the previous bill.
I think it is too. It's also about remote participation. Before 403B became law, there was a general agreement, at least by the Attorney General's office, that the Freedom of Access Law did not authorize remote participation in meetings of public bodies, but there were a few entities who have the authority to meet either by telephone in emergency situations, or like the Ethics Commission or the Workers' Comp Board, in certain very narrow specific situations. And one of those is the Finance Authority of Maine, FAME. And you can see what the bill is doing is striking out all that language that authorized them to meet in these emergency situations and by conference calls. So that kind of tells you how old this language is. And because FAME would like 403B to apply to them and use, so they can adopt a remote participation policy and abide by what's in the statute in 403B with regard to remote participation, which is actually broader than what the statute allows right now. So the bill would be an emergency to allow them to make use of 403B right away. And it repeals that language that says you can have an emergency phone call. And I know that Bill Norbert is in the attendee room if you have questions for him.
Thanks, Peggy. And the bill sponsor is not able to be here for the work session, but again, he offered this legislation at the request of Bill Norbert and FAME Maine. The committee members, are there questions for Peggy? Not seeing any. Would anybody, oh, Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to circle back to the 403B language that you said. So that is, sorry, I was just trying to grab all of my files and have them in front of me, and I don't quite yet. But so I guess my question would be, I think that when we get to 1854, we're actually going to look at 403B again. Is that right?
I mean, when we get to 1772.
Yes, yes. Sorry, that's what I meant, because this is 1854. Yeah. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So then, okay, I think that's all I had a question over right now, because I was going to circle back to the idea of the 2/3 vote again when we got to 1772, which so possibly I would want to hear from Bill Norbert and get his opinion on that, since that would change what they would have. But again, if it's an emergency, I can't imagine they wouldn't all agree to meet remotely. So maybe if we do bring him on, Madam Chair, then he could answer that question whenever it's an appropriate time.
Okay, let's, Bill, I'm going to bring you over right now. And then Senator Keim, you can just go ahead and restate your question to him, please. Welcome, William Norbert, to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Bill Norbert with FAME. And if I understood your question, Senator Keim, we'll abide by whatever the law is, whether you amend it later today or this session. But we just simply want whatever the new remote law is to apply to us. Is that helpful?
Yes, that is. Thank you. And just because the new remote law is more permissive than what you're currently working on.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Committee members, any other questions for William Norbert before we send him back to the attendee space? I see two hands up, but I think they predated his appearance. Representative Evangelist, do you have a question for William Norbert?
I do not.
Representative Thorne, do you have a question for William Norbert?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Norbert.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. So you're actually famous, then?
I am. That's news to me.
Is there anything that you have in place now, guidelines wise? In other words, that you started just through trial and error of being in a pandemic for the last 2 years, guideline wise, that you've put together?
No, we have abided by the law, which excludes FAME, and we've been meeting in person, the board. I will remind you, there was that period when the state was in a state of emergency, and the governor, as you'll recall, issued a a declaration that agencies like us and all the others could meet remotely. And we did during those times meet remotely. And it went well. But is that helpful, or do you have a further question?
No, I just was curious if you had penciled out any type of terms or conditions based on the last 2 years as a kind of a jump start in anticipation of coming up or developing a remote meeting plan.
Yeah, well, we have actually examined some of the sample policies that have been adopted by other departments and agencies. There's been no real discussion by the board. There certainly hasn't been a vote or anything. But yeah, I have taken a look at some of these policies and gathered them. And but really, we would look to the statute and what it requires as our main governing policy.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Representative Babbitt, did you have a question for William Norbert?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Norbert.
Good to see you, Representative.
As you may know, I served on the Right to Know Committee and been very involved in all these issues. And I know FAME has had a carve out along with several other agencies for a long time. My only question would be regarding public accountability. Would a policy adopted by FAME as a result of going back, would that limit any public access that is now available?
No, not at all. As you know, the underlying statute requires public access. And we would have to show that we've made if the board chose to go into such a remote state that we chose to make such technology available to the public. So no, we wouldn't reduce public access.
Thank you. Just wanted that reassurance. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Committee members, any additional questions for William Norbert? Representative Evangelos, go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Actually, I did get a question and then I wanted to do something else. Hi, Mr. Norbert.
Hi, Representative.
Now, refresh my memory, but didn't we approve some of these for like the main bond bank, right? Are you aware? I think.
Approve some of these.
A policy to meet remotely. I think last year Senator Carney, can you refresh my memory on that? Didn't we? Or Peggy?
That was different. That was for the Cultural Affairs Council. And it was more arising out of the fact that they were a statewide body, and being able to meet remotely helped them ensure that they had representation from throughout the state on the Cultural Affairs Council.
Peggy, didn't we?
You did a couple of years ago. The Maine Municipal Bond Bank wanted, it's when there were other bills about remote participation, and the Maine Municipal Bond Bank, there are 4 kind of bonding authorities. Governmental Facilities Authority, they wanted in their statute the authority to meet remotely, and it's actually stricter than what 403B says. But they have to meet certain requirements, and they needed to do that in order to make sure that when they were meeting remotely, it met the requirements so the bonds could be issued and not be challenged on that basis. So yes, you're right. The idea of remote participation has been kicked around by the legislature for many years, and they decided they would do their own bill based on some of the recommendations from Right to Know over the years. And so the legislature did actually enact those, and I can find those for you if you want to look at them. But you're right, it's a little bit stricter than what 403B authorizes.
And Mr. Norbert, how many people do you have on your board that you have to cobble together to get a meeting and a quorum?
We have a 15-member board. A quorum is 7.
And could you explain to me the spread of the geographic locations?
Yes. Well, currently it ranges from Oxford County, as Senator Keim knows, to Camden, to Orono, to Kennebec County, Androscoggin County, Cumberland.
Okay.
In the past, we have had members from Aroostook, Washington County.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I thought last session we had on this, Mr. Norbert made the case. I'm going to make a motion not to pass. Certain realities on the ground that are occurring. He needs to have his meetings, and some people can't even meet in person because of health conditions. So I'm moving on to pass.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Committee members, is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. Thank you. So the motion is ought to pass. And I just want to clarify, Representative Thorne, your hand is up, and I didn't know if you wanted to ask another question of William Norbert, or if you wanted to initiate some debate on the motion.
No, it had to do with an additional question for Mr. Norbert, if you will indulge me. In clarifying under your testimony, Mr. Norbert, it says our current statute relates to remote meetings, authorizes us to conduct them during certain emergencies. And then down below it says, this has occurred only a handful of times. So that's kind of what I was referencing to my previous question to you is, do you have guidelines established currently for remote meetings or the anticipation of being authorized to conduct remote meetings?
Okay, I'm sorry if I misunderstood you. So what you referred is that old statute that's been on the books for a very long time, and which has never been used in my 15 years of being at FAME, and has only been used by all accounts maybe 3 times in our close to 40-year history. So that is on the books, and that is a very narrow set of circumstances where the board needs to take an action vote, like on financing a company that's running short of money and we're coming in on a weekend or something. So that's the example of where that has occurred.
So to be clear, it has happened in the past,
Yes.
but there is no policy, no written policy within FAME on how those meetings are to be conducted, correct?
No, correct. It's just this statute, which is, you see in the bill in front of you. We simply abide by that statute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And it looks like we've finished with our questions. So William Norbert, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And I'm going to move you back to the attendee space for the committee debate.
Sure.
Committee members, is there any discussion on the pending ought to pass motion? I would just like to note that I think that this is a positive sign of the great work we did in the first session in preparing and proposing section 402B, and that we should feel good about the strength of the law we passed now that, as we see, FAME Maine wishes to repeal its individual statute and go with the great work that we did last session. And so I'm going to support the pending motion in that regard. Senator Keim?
I have to say that I'm not sure it's the strength of our previous work that wants that is attracting other entities to want to be in. It's actually that it's so permissive that makes them want it, because it eases their ability. And I always feel a lot of discomfort when we talk about remote participation. I have ever since I've served on the Judiciary Committee, because there's always constituencies that are not quite as represented, or there's strong possibility of not being. And when there's remote participation, there is never as a robust discussion, because there just can't be. The give and take isn't there. The body language and the ability to read a room, all of that is missing in remote participation. And so, I don't want to see FAME meeting remotely unless it's a very dire circumstance, or the legislature or anyone else. And so, as we move forward in all of our discussions, it makes it easy for people to meet, but easy isn't always the best results for the people of Maine. It isn't the best results for, decisions that are made and are created and crafted. So, I mean, I will support this motion, but I hope it becomes increasingly rare that people are meeting in this manner, because our best work doesn't happen.
Thank you. Committee members, any other discussion of the pending motion? I am not seeing any. It appears that we're ready for the vote. Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. You can take the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Harnett. Representative Harnett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Many thanks. And for those who voted against the motion, can you please let us know what your report is?
Ought not to pass.
Is that for everyone? Okay, thank you. So the ought to pass motion carries 7-3 with 4 absences. And with that, we'll close the work session on LD 1854. And we are going to move on to a work session on 1772. And I would like to suggest that we have Peggy give us the bill analysis and ask questions regarding the bill analysis. But this is a bill that was sponsored by Representative Harnett, and he's not able to be with us this morning. And so I would suggest that we ask questions and gather any additional information we need about the legislation, but that we wait to proceed to committee debate and a vote once the Representative Harnett is able to join us. So does that sound okay to everyone? Okay, well, let's begin with the bill analysis. So the work session on LD 1772, an act to amend the remote meeting law in Maine's Freedom of Access Act, is open, and we'll begin with the bill analysis.
Great, thank you. So LD 1772, Representative Harnett sponsored it at the request of the Maine Municipal Association. And what the bill does is basically give municipalities and any other public entity that is subject to the Freedom of Access Act more flexibility in deciding when to meet remotely. They still have to adopt a policy, but what section 1 of the bill does is it strikes out all of paragraph B, which is the language that says members of the body are expected to be physically present, except when it's not practicable. And then it lists circumstances in which physical presence for one or more members is not practicable. And I can show you the current law on my screen if that's helpful to you. So that would be gone. And it would be relying on the municipalities and the, the boards, the commissions that this applies to adopt a policy that their constituents are understand. But it wouldn't have to require that. It's only when it's not practicable for the body to meet in person or for everybody to attend in person. So paragraph B would be struck out. C still says the public has to have a meaningful opportunity to attend. D says an effective means of communication between members of the body and the public must be provided if it's a remote meeting, or if members are attending remotely, and it's a situation where the public does have an opportunity to provide information. Notice of the proceedings still has to go forward. That's what you're amending here in section 2. And right now the law says that there had been a lot of feedback that people wanted to be able to attend in a place, either because they want to be with somebody or they can't actually attend remotely. So they want to be able to attend in person, even if the board itself is not in person. And what this says is the body, it changes that requirement that the body, say the commission, has to require, has to provide a place for the public to attend the meeting. Instead, it says the body may limit public attendance at a proceeding solely to remote methods if there is an emergency or urgent situation that requires the body to meet only by remote methods. So the law's been interpreted, the existing law has been interpreted that even if the body has decided that it's a situation where they need to all meet remotely, that they still had to provide a place for members of the public to kind of participate in that meeting in person, even if it meant they were remote from the people in the meeting. So you had to provide a public space for the public to gather, even if you were doing a remote meeting. And so they were connected with a television screen and a camera, so they could observe at least kind of in a more in-person situation rather than being remote at home or the library or at work. So this section 2 changes that to say, if it's an emergency situation where the board or commission is meeting remotely because it's an emergency situation, they do not have to provide a physical place for the public to attend, watch, listen to the meeting. And then section 3 is kind of a different issue. What it's intended to do is, if you have a municipality and the select board adopts a remote participation policy, that policy would apply to everything that kind of works underneath the select board or the town council, the planning board, the appeals board, the ordinance writing committee, the recreation committee, as long as there's one policy that applies. Excuse me. So that's what section 3 does. Excuse me.
Committee members, I'd like to know if it would be helpful to have Peggy screen share for us and just take us briefly through this again so that we can see the flow of the proposed legislation in conjunction with the existing statute. Can you nod or raise your hand if you think that would be helpful? Seeing some nods. So Peggy and some raised hands. Do you mind taking us back to and doing a screen share?
I would be happy to do that. I'm.
If you need a moment to get more water, please.
I've got it here, so I think I'm
Okay.
good. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to get this as big as I can so you can see it. So this is all of section 403B. We were talking about paragraph A in the other bill, but here's paragraph B, and unfortunately it won't all fit on the screen at the same time. But this is what LD 1772 would repeal, and instead rely on the municipalities or the school board or the whatever the entity is to adopt a policy that meets the requirements of their situation, without specifically saying they're expected to be physically present, and except when physically present is not practicable, and they wouldn't have to list the situations in which it's determined that in-person presence is not practicable. So current law, this is what current law says, that though these circumstances may include existence of emergency, illness, with respect to a public body with statewide membership, how difficult it is for people to travel. The area of the public body's jurisdiction includes islands or other places that really impede travel. Oh, that's all of B. So it does fit on one page. So that's what would be struck out of, repealed from the bill, from the current law, sorry.
And then that concept would be replaced with some language at the end of section 2E.
May I ask a question about this before we go on?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask about what this means in front of us, Peggy. Where is it here? In the paragraph, there is a presumption of in-person when practicable. And then it says circumstances in which physical presence for one or more members is not practicable may include. Does that prevent the entire board from using that exception? For instance, in number 1, which they do endorse in this bill, does that, when we say one or more, that doesn't preclude the entire board from qualifying? Is that
correct?
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's what I want to clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right. It could be the whole board is going to be remote because of these circumstances. Right.
Correct.
Okay, and so this is what would be repealed, this section B. And then it would be replaced with some changes to section subparagraph E.
Right. Oh, that's not where I have it. Yeah. So, but that's different. Paragraph E actually doesn't address why you would be meeting remotely so much as what's required for the public to attend the meeting, participate in the meeting, if the whole board is remote.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I was misreading section 2 of the bill. Thanks, Peggy.
Would you say that again, Peggy?
Right. So paragraph E, the amendment in the bill, it says that if the whole board is meeting remotely, then the board is not required to provide a physical space for members of the public to I'm using the word attend, but in air quotes, because it's really, they're not in the same room as the entity, as the board, but they are, set up in a room for remote participation. There might be a screen and a camera so they can see what's going on in the meeting, and those in the meeting can hear what the public have to say. That it would not be required under this bill if the whole board, they've decided they have to meet remotely because of an emergency or urgent situation.
I have another question, if possible.
Go ahead, Representative Babbage.
And
And
thank
maybe
you.
Peggy, could you please end the screen share? We may need it again. But
Okay.
the questions, that'll be
Well,
perfect. Thank
in that section E that Peggy was just showing us, the real contention by the MMA, as I see it, is the second paragraph. The notice must also identify a location for members of the public to attend in person. So if that wording were adjusted to so that would not apply when the entire board is remote. It would satisfy the same situation. Is that right?
Are you thinking that you need another amendment to clarify that, or do you think it's okay?
See, I'm having an issue with getting rid of the presumption. And since they are reinstating in paragraph B, I've already lost my, since they're reinstating in paragraph B, number 1 out of the 4 conditions as a reason for going remote, which can be enlisted under current wording. It can be only number 1, and that could be the reason for the board going remote currently.
You're
But
right.
the law does,
This doesn't really change an emergency situation. You're right. You're right. It's not really changing it because it was referring back to paragraph B, subparagraph 1.
so one thing I do understand that towns would find bothersome is if everyone is remote, they still have to create a public space,
right,
under current law for them to operate. Is that right?
Well, you know what? Now that I'm going to have to correct myself because this really is what's in the bill is restating the current situation because it's referring back to paragraph B, subparagraph 1, which is the whole board has to meet remotely because of an emergency or an urgent situation. So it's really exactly it's not exactly the same because the current law does say the body may not limit public attendance at a proceeding. The body may not determine that public attendance at a proceeding will be limited solely to remote methods. That's what it says right now, except in the case where the whole board has to meet as an emergency remotely. What this is saying, this is still keeping the, if there's an emergency and the board has to meet remotely, then you don't have to provide a public space for the public. But it's not carrying on the requirement that you have to have a public space. No, that's still there. The notice
it's still there. That's
it's still
confounding.
there. You're right. Yes, you're right.
I don't know if they intended it to still be there.
Yeah.
But
I have a suggestion. I think we need to check on that. But maybe, so section 3 of the bill addresses quite a different situation, and maybe we can set section 2 aside because we'll have to look at the language again. But let's at least have a chance to have Peggy review with us the impact of section 3 so that we cover that, because it's quite different from sections 1 and 2.
Yes, it is. So subsection 4 of 403B is the application section. And right now it says that this section does not apply to the legislature or a public body to which specific statutory provisions for remote participation apply. And there are a couple of situations. I think school boards can't be remote on certain budget votes. And there might be something about town meetings, I'm not sure. But this bill amends it to also say, because we're working in an application section, that this section applies to a board or committee under the jurisdiction of a public body that has adopted a written policy already. So I think municipalities in particular had run into the situation where the town council had adopted a policy, but then the recreation committee felt like they had to adopt a policy, and the planning board had to adopt a policy, and the ordinance writing committee had to adopt a policy. And what MMA recommended is section 3 is say, okay, if the town council adopts a policy, everybody else that works under that town council is covered by that policy, and they don't have to adopt it separately.
Thanks, Peggy. Committee members, are there any questions about that last section of this bill? Section 3, the application section. Representative Thorne, did you have a question about that particular section?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
go ahead.
And Peggy, help me, help me, Peggy. Sounds like a song. I am trying to understand why the last bill that we dealt with was separate from this, how they fit into a different category than the players under this bill proposal does.
Well, my understanding is that the Maine Municipal Association, working with all their members, recommended to Representative Harnett that he put in this bill to make these changes. They said, we're working really well with remote participation. We don't need those strictures in paragraph B, and this would really help us when you have, committees and boards within a municipality. And the more I read section 2, the more I think that is just keeping the status quo after we've repealed paragraph B, subparagraph 1. So that was the municipality saying, would you please change this law to let us work better? The other bill, LD 1971, came from the Right to Know Advisory Committee because at the beginning of the first meeting, when the Right to Know Advisory Committee met, Brenda Kelty, the public access ombudsman, said she had been answering questions all across the state from entities that did not feel comfortable meeting remotely because of the pandemic. I'm sorry, did not feel comfortable meeting in person because of the pandemic. They wanted to meet, but because they weren't meeting in person, they couldn't adopt a policy. So LD 1971 was supposed to fill in that gap to give them a procedure to adopt a policy. So yes, it's all in section 403B. One is about how you adopt the policy. And then this bill is more about the substance, I think.
But all entities would fit under the umbrella of both?
Yes. Right.
And I guess that's why I went back to that other question that I asked of gentleman with fame, that they have in statute the ability to meet remotely currently. They have no policy developed. He currently doesn't have one. And this
Well,
This
so
states a public body to which specific statutory provisions for remote participation apply. Not currently, but that they're talking about this one, when it applies, if it applies,
right,
or
so-
something that's already in place.
Right. So, for example, paragraph B, Maine Municipal Bond Bank has a process where it actually lays out in the statute how they meet. They don't have to have a quorum in person, but they do have to meet so every member can see and hear each other. I mean, it's a very detailed process, but that's in the statute. So that applies to Maine Municipal Bond Bank. This 403B does not. Right
Okay.
now, this does not apply to FAME. Their title and whatever it is in Title 10 applies to them. And you couldn't, if you want to go back and look at 1854, you can see that theirs is a very specific situation that only applies in an emergency. FAME doesn't want to only have a telephone, a conference telephone call in emergencies. They want to adopt a policy that allows them to meet remotely in any situation that meets the criteria of the policy. So if their testimony right now is because they're physically distancing, they have to rent a very large room to have their 15 members spread out. So they would prefer to meet remotely for those purposes because their statute doesn't allow them to meet remotely because of a pandemic or for health reasons or for weather reasons.
And that's where my concern comes, is when the board, whatever the board is, the entity, has the ability to say no public in person, period. You're either remote with us or hit the road. And for those people that don't have, my in-laws, for example, do not have cable up their 2-dwelling road lane. They won't run cable up there unless they pay for it for $10,000. So they don't have that ability unless they choose to pay $10,000. So not everybody in Maine, as much as it supplies, is able to meet remotely and would be blocked out of a non-in-person scenario. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Senator Keim, did you have a question as well?
Peggy, I was trying to look through the bill analysis and try to find examples of why it's problematic. So if we're specifically talking about Section 3 and subsection 4, which is the application, I understand that it makes it easier just to say, well, here we've adopted our one policy, and now it's going to apply to the Recreation Board and the Planning Board and whoever else is in that sort of cascade down below them. But they might actually have different purposes, different constituencies. And so I'm not sure, is there something specific we were told other than just making it easy? Is there some other specific issue we were told about of why they felt they needed, everyone underneath the umbrella to be considered to have adopted this policy once they adopt one?
I don't remember anything specific about it being a problem so much as it's much easier, more convenient, and maybe the Recreation Committee is not really focused on procedural issues that the town council might be more focused on in adopting the policy. But I don't know that there were actually any problems. I think it was just more convenient for the whole entity to be working with the same policy.
So there wasn't any testimony that I can see, but then also just, I mean, obviously, if there's a policy, it's written out and they say, here's our policy, Recreation Committee, go ahead, vote on it. And they do, then boom, it's not like they have to reinvent the wheel. They just simply have to vote on the wheel.
Right. I think you're right, that once you have a policy that there's a process that each of those, you know, part of the umbrella, as you describe it, would have to adopt the policy before they go forward. But yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Babbage, did you have a question for Peggy?
Oh, thank you. In that same section, 3 and 4, or sections, whatever. Section 4 is what is proposed. I wondered if, we have two specifications that are exclusions from the bill, but it also says this section applies. So we have, this applies only to subcommittees and subboards of, for instance, a school board or a town council or a select board. It does not apply to those supervisory boards, but it does apply to all jurisdictions, all committees that meet under their supervision, according to this, right? I was surprised. It worries me that when you list application, then you're saying this applies to this, but by making a list of what it applies to, then you inadvertently leave out something that you want it to apply to. But this is very specific. It applies to all boards that are under the supervision of a supervisory board. I know Kennebunk has 27 committees. I know Maine Municipal does not want 27 different remote policies under the town selectmen. I understand the facility of, and of course, the recycling committee that may meet twice a year would spend more time on a policy than they would on their business. So I understand that, but I just wondered about the putting in an affirmative application. Is that what's intended, this limited targeted subgroups?
I understand. I think I understand your question. There might be a way to write that a little more clearly. To specifically say that the policy adopted by a public body applies to the board or committee that it works under the jurisdiction of the public body. You're right. It's almost written backwards to say the section applies to them as opposed to the policy applies to them, right?
Clarify that. Thank you.
And then Representative Moriarty, do you have a question for Peggy or a comment on the bill?
Madam Chair, one of both, actually.
Okay, and I just wanted to remind committee members that I think it would be a good idea for us to, once we're done with the bill analysis, to table this legislation so that we can take it up again for debate and a vote when the sponsor is with us. And also because it seems like we might want to do a little more work on the language. And so Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As to the last exchange between Representative Babbage and Peggy, I think this subsection 4 basically provides that if your city council or town council has adopted a policy, then all subcommittees, boards, commissions, or whatever under that umbrella must follow the same policy.
That's the intent.
Yeah. So I thought that Representative Babbage was suggesting that different subcommittees might want to come up with different things, and I think they have no choice. If the supervening governmental body of that community has decided on the policy, everybody else follows suit in that town.
My comment was that I think that's the problem they were trying to solve. Yes.
I don't think he was saying that they want to adopt their own policies.
Oh, okay, but isn't it clear that if a city council has adopted a policy, that all city committees and boards must follow the same policy under this language?
I think so.
Under this language, yes, I think.
Oh, okay, I thought there was some confusion about that, so I just wanted to clarify.
I'm just wondering if there's a better way to write that the policy applies to them. The policy applies to the boards and commissions under the jurisdiction of the public body that adopted the policy.
Right.
As opposed to saying the section applies.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's
I'm sure there's a different way to write it. Yeah, there always is, but sure.
Right. Good point.
What the comment I was going to make, oh yes, was this. And that was just to remind, I know we're talking about concerns of towns and cities and so forth, but recall that we had testimony from the MMA, and they have I think a 70-person legislative policy committee consisting of people, a minimum number of people from every county in the state. I've served in that policy a number of years, and they are the moving party here. They are the ones requesting this. This is not coming from a quasi-governmental organization like FAME, but it's coming from the towns and cities themselves. And they urged Representative Harnett to come forward with this legislation. So I think that the towns and cities, through their representatives, have spoken on the issue. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. And committee members, I would ask if anybody is prepared to make a motion to table. I promise this time I will not forget to let people vote. A motion by Representative Thorne, seconded by Representative Moriarty. I think that our committee clerk will be with us in just a moment. Less than a moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Representative Babbage.
No, that's residual. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime.
No.
Senator Kime votes no. Representative Harnett. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Harnett. Representative Harnett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 9 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much, Clerk Panett. And with that, we have tabled LD 1772. And again, we'll reschedule that when we reschedule the other Freedom of Access Act bill for a second work session. And with that, our work for this morning is done. We're scheduled to resume with additional work sessions at 1 o'clock this afternoon. would just remind committee members, well, we'll be in recess until 1. And please, if you're staying logged in, turn off your audio and video. Thank you.
Thanks. My God.
Hi, committee members. It's just a couple of minutes after 1. If you are available, please activate your video so that we can resume our work today. Hi, Peggy. And for members of the public who have returned for the afternoon's work sessions, it'll just take us a moment. Committee members, we kind of got a late start on lunch. Committee members are making their way back, and we'll start again in just a minute. As we get ready to resume, I'm going to bring over the bill sponsor for our first work session. Welcome, Senator Diamond. We are going to get started in just a minute.
Thank you very much for having me.
And it looks like we have a quorum of committee members present and the bill sponsor here. And so we'll return from our midday recess and take up the work session on LD 1943, an act to expand the address confidentiality program to victims of certain human trafficking crimes. We want to thank Senator Diamond for bringing the bill forward. And Peggy, if you would like to begin your bill analysis, I think we're ready. Thank you.
I would be happy to, thank you. And actually the title of the bill pretty much tells what's happening with this bill. The Secretary of State administers an address confidentiality program that is limited to certain people who need to protect their address. And that address is then used, the Secretary of State's address that's assigned for that person is then used in other situations, including voting. This right now, it's limited to people who are victims of domestic abuse, rape, sexual assault, or stalking. And this would add in human trafficking or minor victims of kidnapping. And I do want to mention that the Secretary of State has offered an amendment that I sent out just a few minutes ago, and I can share it on my screen. They are identifying an additional position to carry out the additional requirements of this.
Thank you, Peggy. Could you please, because I don't think all of us necessarily were aware that the amendment was coming. Could you share it, please?
Yes. So do you see this now? So it's one position, and these will probably have to be broken out between personal services and all other, but together that's $113,000. It would be starting, I'm guessing that is a full, that's a full year, and it wouldn't start until July of this year.
Did you, I'm a little surprised to see that it's part of the highway fund. And I don't know if you have any insight on that, Peggy, that you could share.
I don't, and I'm actually surprised that it would be two. And I don't know if anybody from the Secretary of State's office is here that can address that, but I will, while you discuss, I will try to probe some more, try to get some more information on that.
Okay, yeah, I'm just looking in the attendee space to see if I could identify anybody from the Secretary of State's office. And
it looks like Secretary of State Bellows.
Okay, I hadn't gotten down to that part of the list.
Okay. It just shows on my screen that she raised her hand.
Oh, great. Okay, she's at the top of the list and not down with the S's. I'm going to bring her over to answer that question.
And
Thanks.
would you like me to stop sharing?
Yes, please. Hello, Secretary of State. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee.
Good afternoon, Senator Carney and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Secretary of State Shenna Bellows, and I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this vitally important bill forward from a policy perspective. I think we should be doing everything that we can to protect victims and survivors of human trafficking, and certainly minor victims of kidnapping. I think one element of my testimony that may have surprised some members and even myself when we were preparing it was recognizing that the address confidentiality program is not identified in the budget as a distinct line item. It is, when it was created, it was something that the department took on within existing resources, within existing staff. And in conversations with Senator Diamond about the nature and extent of what we do, we recommended adding a policy position that is dedicated just to the address confidentiality program for this, particularly because when you're involving minors, you are also protecting their legal guardians and parents, but sometimes you're having to distinguish between the parent or legal guardian whose address is protected and someone who is maybe being, it gets complicated and it requires some due diligence, some research, and some dedication. With regards to the highway fund, so in my testimony, I described how the mail for every participant in the address confidentiality program comes to the Office of Secretary of State. We then repackage that mail and forward it directly to every participant in the address confidentiality program. But for members of the address confidentiality program, their public address is the address of the Secretary of State. We then,
That's right.
yes, and we then take that address information and confidentially and securely make sure that they are registered to vote appropriately. And with redistricting, we make sure that they are placed in the appropriate districts. Again, without any access, public access to their public address. Their official address is the address of the Secretary of State, but they are voting in the correct municipality or district. On the Bureau of Motor Vehicles side, this may be surprising to you, and I received a very detailed memo about this last night, but similarly, it's really important, for example, when they register a vehicle, that their address information is not on their vehicle registration, because again, we're trying to protect that. So our team works with them on every aspect of motor vehicles to create a motor vehicles registration that similarly has that State House Station address. That becomes particularly complex because we're working with the municipalities. We're making sure that the proper excise tax is getting paid to the appropriate municipality in the appropriate amount. So that's actually a very detailed and intensive process. So that's why in conversations with Senator Diamond, in evaluating the workload, I mean, there are 3 components, that's true. But certainly a substantial component of that work is all of the motor vehicles, because in Maine, for all intents and purposes, you need a vehicle to participate in the economy and society. So those transactions are really, really vital.
Thank you. It looks like we have some committee questions, and I'm not sure whether they're for Secretary of State Bellows or Senator Diamond. So I'll just call on members and please identify who your question is for. Representative Reckitt, go ahead.
Secretary Bellows, I understand from what you said that you've been doing all of this intricacy within your office without a special appropriations to date, the domestic violence piece of it. So you must have by this time, a magnitude sense of that population and how many of these you have to process, and therefore how long that takes to do it. So my question is this position really for just this bill, or is it really to take the part you've already been handling by a shoelace and this new section and placing them together with one position?
That's why, and Senator Diamond may want to expand upon this, but in conversations with Senator Diamond, I'm not proposing that this is the fiscal note, because we will make this work. We think that it is vital that if you are a survivor of this type of crime, we will figure out how to do it. We've been doing it for a long time. But it is shocking to me that a program of this magnitude, that is this important, doesn't have a dedicated staffed position in the budget. And when you think about, in conversations with Senator Diamond, and also just in conversations as we were preparing the testimony for the legislature, I'm not sure how widely known this program is. And as we market this program, there may be more survivors out there that didn't know this was available in the state of Maine. So I think with dedicated staff person, that would allow us to do further public education and outreach to make sure that we're not missing people and to really deepen and strengthen the program. But it's an amendment to the bill itself to strengthen the ACP program. It's not a fiscal requirement of the bill, if that makes sense. So we will implement this policy in whatever way we can using our existing systems. But it concerns me that something this important is not identified as a distinct program or initiative in the budget. So that's why we brought it forward as a proposal. And I want to thank Senator Diamond for his openness to that, and perhaps he can expand upon it.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Senator Diamond?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Yes, I mean, this is, it's not unusual, by the way, as I'm sure you all know, for us dealing with the highway fund to deal with issues like this. In the past, we've funded the computer crime unit in various aspects of it. It's really normal for us to do that. So it seemed like my estimation was this is going to increase the number of participants, at least I hope so. And because there are people out there who deserve this protection, and I think because of that, the workload is going to get to a point where it may not be feasible for the department to absorb that. So yeah, I mean, we can, with the committee's consent, we'll definitely deal with this issue in terms of the funding out of the highway budget. If it doesn't happen, the bill will still go forward. Like Secretary said, it's just too important not to do. But I think it is also so important, there should be a definition of a line to fund this. So we don't want to lose the bill because of it, but if we can make it work out of the highway fund, then we'll do it.
Thank you. Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Madam Secretary and Senator Diamond. Thank you for bringing this forward. Couple questions. How did this end up being a after deadline emergency? Certainly, I mean, it's not a new concept or a need. Is there a heightened sense of that, or it's just timing wise?
Well, no, this kind of came out of the blue. Maine has a good reputation of participating in trafficking and protecting victims, but the National Center for the Missing and Exploited Children contacted me well after the deadline and said, there's Maine and a few other states that have this gap that it was an oversight, frankly, about the minors being kidnapped and protecting also the sex trafficking. So that's how it got to us late. That's why I went to the legislative council, informed them of the communication that I had from the National Center, and that's how the bill arrived, and that's why it was late. And it's similar in other states, as I said, there were similar gaps in other states.
And a couple follow-up questions, if I may, Madam.
Go ahead with one follow-up question.
Thank you. My follow-up question is, what are the current numbers and who currently tracks them that would fit into this program?
I can answer that. We track the number of participants in the program. You can point to the testimony that I provided at the public hearing. In 2021, we served 250 individuals in the ACP program. That meant we received all of their mail. We ensured that all of them were properly registered to vote, and that all of them were properly registered through the Bureau of Motor Vehicles in every capacity that they needed to be. We also do training for the organizations that serve survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. We do what's called application assistant training to train them in helping survivors fill out the application to participate in this program. And I want to give a particular shout out of appreciation to Nicole Ladner in my office. She has worked under prior secretaries. She does a phenomenal job. She manages not only this program, but all student education programs for the entire Secretary of State and the Women's Commission, as well as other special projects. Everyone in the department tries to pitch in to help. I got some very heartfelt explanations from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles about some dedicated staff who work with Ms. Ladner to make the Bureau of Motor Vehicle side work. All of the secretaries in my office participate in the receipt of the mail and getting that out same day for everyone.
And did I understand that if maybe approval of this bill would expand the numbers?
That's right. So it's hard to know exactly how many people would be impacted. We know that in 2021, sexual assault support centers in the main network of children's advocacy centers reported serving 172 survivors who experienced trafficking. And so presumably you could see that type of growth in the program. When it comes to minors, under the statute, the legal guardian or the parent can apply and have that protection as well. So that, hopefully there wouldn't be a significant number of minors who experience kidnapping in our state, God forbid. But those cases are particularly time consuming and complicated and really important.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. And I thought that there were additional committee member questions. I don't see any other hands up right now. Did you have another question or are you all set?
I'm all set. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Secretary Bellows.
Committee members, are there any additional questions? Either for, it looks like Representative Babbage's hand is raised, but we are not able to see him. Let me see if I can figure that out, everyone. Give me a moment.
Yeah, I just wanted to let Secretary Bellows and Senator Diamond know that I have been listening for the last 18 minutes, but I'm unable to activate my screen. So thank you for your testimony.
Would you, Representative Babbage, do you wish us to try on this end to activate?
Yeah, it says the host has asked you. Oh, now you've asked me to start it. Great, I'll try again. Thank you, that's it.
All right, thank you. Committee members, any additional questions for the bill sponsor or the Secretary of State? I am not seeing any additional questions. And committee members, is there any additional discussion? Representative Moriarty? We're not able to hear you, Representative.
Sorry. Thank you. I move ought to pass.
And are you intending to include the proposed amendment that Peggy screen shared with us, or is it
Yes.
a straight ought to pass?
I did intend to include that as well.
Okay.
Yes.
So it ought to pass as amended. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Thorne. Committee members, is there any discussion? At this point, I'm going to excuse our guests because it looks like we're ready to vote. Thank you both very much for the information you provided today.
Thank you.
And it looks like there might be some committee discussion. Representative Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do support the bill. I do not support the amendment, but would welcome feedback in the next legislative session from the Secretary of State's office indicating growth, how much the program has grown, and any need they may have at that point.
Okay, thank you. Any other committee discussion? No, so the pending motion is an ought to pass as amended, and by Representative Moriarty, seconded by Representative Thorne. And Ms. Panett, we're ready for the vote when you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Oh,
Representative-
about 10 seconds. Sorry.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Harnett. Representative Harnett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. And for those who voted against the motion, could you please let us know what your report is?
Ought to pass.
Ought to pass.
And same for you, Representative Poirier. Thank you all very much. And so the ought to pass as amended motion carries 7-3 with 4 absences. And with that, we'll close the work session on LD 1943. And we will open our next work session. This is a work session on LD 913. An act to enact the Main Data Collection Protection Act by Representative Hassenfuss. And I think he's here, and if so, I will bring him onto the panel. And Peggy, I think that we are ready for the bill analysis when you are.
Great. So this bill actually was originally referred to you last year, and you re-referred it to the IDEA committee. And then Representative Hassenfuss showed what he wanted to do with his amendment. So they referred it back to you. And Representative Hassenfuss actually just sent me a few minutes ago his new revised amendment, which still focuses on limiting the access to certain records that they would, his most recent amendment, the amendment he had at the public hearing, said some records are only available at the courthouse and they will not be able to be accessed remotely. He has a new amendment that is much shorter and focuses on just a few types of records. And my understanding is that he had worked with the judicial branch to identify them, and I'm happy to share my screen. But I don't know if you want to hear from him first.
Let's see. I think if you could show us the amendment on screen share, and then we'll hear from him, because I think that that would be a good sequence to help us understand.
Right. So it starts out very similar. What it says is these are records that if you wanted to look at them, you have to go to the courthouse where they're actually originating, I believe. At a courthouse. No, so there'll be electronic records, but you have to access them at the courthouse. You could not access them from your home computer. Most records will be accessible from a home computer. So, and these are the records that would not have that wider distribution, or wider access. Court records, and these are just for eviction actions and small claims actions. So court records that are part of a court case that is resolved by agreement of the parties. So if it's filed, but it's resolved by agreement of the parties, it has not become something that is remotely accessible. Court records that are part of a court case that is dismissed or resolved in favor of a defendant. So a plaintiff files a case, but it's been dismissed or it's been resolved in favor of the defendant. That is not available remotely. C, court records that are part of a case that is set aside or vacated. I think that means that at some point that they are available remotely, but if then they've been set aside or vacated by a later court decision, then the judicial branch would have to pull those out of the remotely accessible category. And then D, court records that are part of a court case that is older than 3 years. So that would apply to things that are remotely accessible until they're older than 3 years. And then they would no longer be accessible remotely, but you could still go to a courthouse and access that. And I'm hoping that Julie Finn is around so she can tell you how that accessibility at a courthouse would actually work when we get to that point in the electronic records. So again, focusing just on eviction actions and small claims actions. And you can see that the personally identifying information is taken out. That's actually something that's addressed by the electronic court records.
Thank you, Peggy. Committee members, is everybody okay with us ending the screen share? Looks like that's the case. Thank you. So committee members, I'd like to do a couple of things. First, if you have any questions of Peggy, and excuse me, and then we'll hear from the bill sponsor. And I also will invite a representative from the judicial branch to join us for any questions. Senator Keim, if you would like to go ahead with your question for Peggy.
Sure, Peggy, did you email us this amendment? Or could you?
I did. It really would have been within the last few minutes. No, I didn't. I will do that right now.
Thank you.
Committee members, any additional questions for Peggy? Okay, and then we're going to be joined in a moment by Julie Finn from the judicial branch, but in the meantime, the bill sponsor has joined us, and as has Julie Finn. Welcome to you both. Well, first let's turn to Representative Hassenfuss. Could you please give us a little bit more information about the proposed amendment?
Yeah, the proposed amendment basically takes the amendment that was before you at the public hearing and cuts it up a little bit and makes it in more succinct and refined terms. So the original draft had a distinction based on whether it's a 30-day notice or a 7-day notice. Here, it just says that anything that's entered by agreement is part of this. And so there's no longer the distinction between 7-day notice or 30-day notice, and it gets rid of the no fault eviction language there. Then, so that A covers anything that's resolved by agreement of the parties. B is the same as it was before, anything that's dismissed or resolved in favor of the defendant, which would be if the defendant wins in court or if the judge dismisses it. C, set aside or vacated, that was also in there in the original draft. It pulls out some of the other language, for instance, default judgments. So default judgments are not part of this any longer. And D is older than 3 years. So it really breaks it down, and it says if you are a defendant and you win your case is decided via agreement between all of the parties, or you go back to court and the judge has decided to vacate your case, then in those instances, they will not be put online, but in all other instances, they will. And that essentially is the takeaway. So if it's an agreement, it's courthouse only. If it's dismissed or judgment for defendant, courthouse only. Set aside, vacated, courthouse only. And it eliminates all the rest of the bill. So it's very easy to just read through it and understand what it means. I'm happy to take further questions on that amendment if anybody has them. And let me also state that I know Julia's here to speak with us as well, but some of this came about in working with her to make sure that it was something that could be easily implemented by their IT department. And, you know, I don't want to speak for her, but I believe that this is something that the courts are willing to do and easily could do and don't have any objection to.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any questions for the bill sponsor? Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Hasenfuss, I'm just curious as to why small claims still appear as part of the bill. There was really very little testimony about them at the public hearing. It was acknowledged by all that the true focus was on forcible entry and detainer actions. What is the issue or the concern with small claims actions?
From my perspective, I feel like small claims actions are, you know, it's something that's rather intimate to a lot of people. For instance, if there could be a dispute over, you know, small amounts of money owed, could be something as simple as road association dues that you feel, you know, you don't need to pay and you're sued over that, consumer debt, credit debt. And the point of it is to also provide those protections of, you know, we don't want the names of everybody who's the subject of a small claims court case to be broadcast on the World Wide Web for anybody to look up and see. If you're going to a job interview, or if you're applying for housing, or if you're applying for a mortgage, there may be certain things where the person might be able to pull that off, just like with evictions, pull off the internet and not really fully understand what happened in the case. And if the case was resolved by agreement or, you know, decided in your favor as the defendant, then I feel that also we should be given those same protections. And that's why the small claims is kept in there. Additionally, the court rules also make that distinction between, you know, forcible entry and detainers, small claims cases, and they also include foreclosures, which this bill does not specifically include foreclosures in it. But the court in its rulemaking process did also include small claims as well as FEDs with very similar rules. Now, granted, their rules are not statutes and do not have the power of statute, but they're relatively aligned. And I think Julia can also speak to that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Julie Finn, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. I wanted to thank both you and Representative Hasenfuss for working on the language of this legislation. And could you please speak to us about the implementability of this legislation as the amendment is proposed, and then share any other information that you have regarding, or any other thoughts you have about implementation of the bill?
Yes, thank you, Senator Carney. Really, I think between what Representative Hasenfuss just told you and how Peggy described the bill, it was, 100% accurate. Representative Hasenfuss has worked very, very hard on this bill, and we've met a couple of times since the public hearing. Really, all of our concerns that were expressed in our testimony on the draft that was presented then have been addressed in this new draft. So, and we have had the opportunity to run it by our IT department. And while there may be a fairly small fiscal note attached, it certainly will be very, very much less significant than it would have been otherwise. This does make the bill much easier to implement. It's cleaner. it will be something that they will be able to program. And, there may be some changes required to Rex, but that's not a big deal. The rules get changed all the time.
Just a quick follow-up. And so is this legislation consistent with the court's electronic court rules?
Well, not exactly. The electronic court rules kind of draw a bright line at judgment, which is so at judgment in the three types of cases that the representative just mentioned. So not just evictions, but also foreclosure cases and small claims cases. Any case that has gone to judgment would then be accessible remotely. So this will take, at least in the case of the small claims and the FEDs, those will be courthouse only accessible in the 4 specified categories that are in the new draft of the bill.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Committee members, any questions for Julie Finn? Okay, I am not seeing any. And so we are, with our thanks, Julie, I'm going to send you back to the attendee part of the meeting.
Thank you.
Committee members, any additional questions for the bill sponsor or for Peggy? Is there a motion or discussion of the bill? Representative Sheehan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I really appreciate all of the work that went into this bill in the refinement and clarifications that came through this most recent amendment. So I will move ought to pass as amended by the most recent amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Committee members, is there a second? Senator Keim?
I still have concerns with the bill that we're taking public records and what is defined as public records and then trying to make them inaccessible. And I find the reasons of providing protections for the defendants could really be broadened to almost any category, but that's not, I don't know if you can all still hear me. I'm seeing this notice that says your internet connection is unstable. Can you hear me okay?
Okay. We can hear you okay. I'm sorry, but I didn't see if there was a second yet. And I was wondering if you could just, okay, so it looks like Representative Babbage seconded. Okay, go ahead. We can hear you just fine though.
Okay. Yeah, so I have concerns about making information that really is public. Our court proceedings are paid for by the public and useful to the public, really, when you think about, even in the idea, I think here is to say that for some reason, if someone hasn't been evicted, if it's been longer than 3 years, somehow that number was chosen, that someone that rents out their private property shouldn't be able to take that into consideration. And I think this could backfire a bit because it makes people wonder what is being hidden as opposed to just being transparent with things. And so I always I believe it's important to be transparent with what has gone on, and that people have the right to then make the decision themselves whether or not they want second chances, or they, given the full information, what is the path forward that they would like to take. So I think trying to cover things up that are that would normally be public is problematic. A little bit with our committee process here, we've heard from the bill sponsor, who's obviously in support of his own bill. We've had a significant change in what's happened to the bill, and I don't know if it's worthwhile to hear from someone who's still in opposition to the bill to give us their perspective. That might help us as well.
Thank you for those comments. Did you have a specific question for someone in the attendee part of the meeting, Senator Kime?
It would only be if someone found that the impact still of this, if there was a change, or if there was a way they felt this still impacted them negatively, that we would want to hear that. But I don't know if there's anyone specifically that could answer that.
Yeah, I am not seeing any hands up. Oh, it looks like there is somebody who has raised their hand. Hold on a moment. And Daniel Bernier is here and willing to answer questions. I just lost him. I will bring him onto the panel and you can ask your question of him. Welcome back, Daniel Bernier, to the Judiciary Committee. I think that Senator Kime has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernier, for raising your hand and being willing to speak to us again. Yeah, I just wanted to know your perspective. I mean, this is, small claims is a little bit outside of this, but the other part is very much in your wheelhouse of expertise. So I just wanted to know your perspective on how this amended version still impacts your business.
I think the amendment is an improvement on the initial bill. I still have some issue with the by agreement portion that you're going to be that you're not going to be having that information available. On an eviction hearing, a judge actually has a form judgment in front of them where they check boxes. I pulled one right here where they can check. First thing they do is check judgment is rendered, and then they have 3 boxes there by default, by agreement, or after hearing. Then down below, they have 2 boxes they can check. Judgment is granted to the defendant or judgment is granted to the plaintiff. Where judgment is granted to the defendant by agreement, absolutely. Those should be blocked. And I think, I can't remember the letters on this new amendment, but I think one of the other letters would block that. But where judgment is granted to the plaintiff by agreement, I think that's still very relevant as to whether or not you would be a good tenant, because the plaintiff got judgment. And part of the problem is there's a huge variety of agreements out there. The judge is mostly just checking a box. And often there's a place down below, they'll say, seaside agreement or C agreement read at mediation, but they're not putting in the details of the agreement. As a lawyer, you better have something in writing, because I've had to go in front of judges and say, yes, this was our written agreement, Your Honor, when tenants have said the agreement was something different. So as a lawyer, you better be able to document what your agreement was. But, and the other issue is you often will make agreements where tenants will do certain things and you'll give them more time or things like this. And to be honest, they've got about a 50-50 shot that they actually abide by those agreements. So I think, and you will even have agreements if a tenant, and this happens fairly frequently, stands up at the docket call, because you have 50 cases in front of the judge. They stand up at the docket call and the judge will say, do you dispute that the landlord's entitled to judgment? Some tenants will say, no, I don't dispute it. So they're agreeing they didn't pay their rent and the landlord's entitled to judgment. I think those judgments by agreement are just as effective as a judgment by hearing, and in many ways more effective, more relevant, because they do indicate, whether you were having problems with paying your rent and all. Now, you do have some agreements we make with tenants, and that's where the motion to vacate comes in. I will wrap up. I know that I'm going a little long here. Where the motion to vacate comes in, you'll make an agreement with a tenant. If they do certain things, you'll vacate the judgment. And, I probably file a couple of motions to vacate a month. So you can, but I think a blanket to withhold all of the by agreements is much too sweeping in terms of the variety of agreements that are out there. I also think the 3 years is a little bit too short. Now you're going to get 100 opinions as to what's the right number there. And I'm going to get myself in trouble if I throw out a number, but I just think 3 years is too short I think that they should be available for a little longer than that. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any additional questions for Daniel Bernier? I am not seeing any. Thanks for volunteering to join us and answer the question. I am going to send you back to the attendee part of the meeting. And committee members, any other discussions or any other discussion regarding the pending motion? I am not seeing any. I just wanted to clarify for committee members and for members of the public who may be listening or watching that the information, this bill is about determining what information is available over the internet, electronically available. And in other jurisdictions, this information has been used to compile kind of no-fly lists, so to speak, for tenants. And so this information will remain publicly available in the courthouses. It just won't be available on the internet. And I don't know if that kind of got lost in the midst of our discussion, but that's really the distinction that we're talking about here. And I'm not seeing any discussion. Is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that everybody's ready to vote, and our committee clerk has appeared, and you may take the vote when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Harnett. Representative Harnett is absent. Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair. I have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members in the negative, and 5 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And for those who voted against the motion, can you please let us know what your report is?
Ought not to pass.
Is that the same for everybody? Okay, thank you. And so the ought to pass motion received 5 votes, ought not to pass 4, and there are 5 absences. And so with that, we will close the work session on LD 913. And we are going to move on to our next work session in just a moment.
If I may ask, just for my own records, who made the motion and who seconded on that bill 913?
Yeah, my notes. Oh, actually, let's let our committee clerk, who is the official recorder of.
I have Representative Sheehan made the motion, ought to pass as amended, and it was seconded by Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Subi.
You're very welcome.
All set. Okay, and now we'll move on to our next work session. This is a work session on LD 1945, an act to regulate the use of biometric identifiers. And actually, I did want to make an announcement. We announced this at the beginning of the day today and also sent out a notice to interested parties. But we are not going to take up the last listed bill today, LD 1946. We're going to reschedule that for another time. And so we will open the work session on LD 1945, excuse me, regarding the biometric identifiers. And let's start with, we'll bring the bill sponsor over. And Peggy, if you could give us sort of a more kind of broad brush bill presentation, and then I think we as a committee will decide which direction we want to go as far as a deeper dive.
Be nice if I unmuted. This bill is an act to regulate the use of biometric identifiers. And it defines biometric identifiers, iris scan, palm print. It's a very long list of what qualifies as a biometric identifier. It basically says, requires a written release from an individual if a private entity is going to collect or use biometric information, and it requires the private entity to establish a policy for retaining that information, as well as kind of the schedule for destruction. And the bill lays out requirements for how long that information can be retained, and also who it doesn't apply to. It defines a private entity as well as processors. So the private entity is actually the one who's using that biometric information. There might be a processor that is working with a private entity through an agreement to kind of carry out the technology of that collection and storage. It's an opt-in system, so the private entity is not supposed to collect anybody's biometric identifiers without consent. And then there are prohibitions about using that, selling it, discriminating on the basis of whether or not you have agreed to provide the biometric identifier to access goods or services. And it creates a private right of action for anybody who is aggrieved by a violation of the chapter against the entity that committed that violation. That's kind of thumbnail sketch.
Thank you. That helps us understand the landscape a little bit. I wanted to recognize and welcome the bill sponsor, Representative O'Neill. And Representative, I know that you want to address the committee, and I'll give you a minute to do that. Could you also speak to us about any proposed amendment that you wanted to offer?
Yes, please. Thank you, Senator Carney, for the opportunity to address the committee. So that high-level overview gave a good reminder of what it does. If I could pull up or if I could request Peggy pull up the amendment that I sent to folks. As she's doing that, I'll remind folks that this isn't new or untested, that as mentioned, there's an Illinois law that's been in place since 2008. There's also 2 similar laws on the books in Texas and Washington, and that information has been provided in your bill packet as well.
This is what you wanted, right?
Yes, please. Okay. So I wanted to walk folks through some of the changes. What I did is, after the public hearing, I went back through the video and watched to make sure I could figure out questions and stakeholders to reach out to. So I reached out to a range of people from pharma to car manufacturers to financial institutions, MHA, DV advocates, because I wanted to get insight about things that were raised. And some responses were a bit last minute, and it didn't give me so much time to evaluate all of them, but the folks I was able to connect with, I was able to make some accommodations based on things they suggested. And if the committee would permit the time, I'm absolutely happy to consult with any stakeholders that would like to. So if I go through the changes that I have made, the first you'll see is a small change to affirmative written consent. I wanted to clarify that that getting consent before collecting or doing something with your biometric data, like your face or your fingerprint, could be done by an electronic means. That just is a reflection of how the law has operated in Illinois, and I wanted to make that possible. And I was thinking about things like opening your phone or going on your computer, and what would be a good way for maintaining the important part, which is getting our consent and giving us some choice around when our data is collected, but just making sure that that consent is gotten. The second thing was a typo in my original, but it's prohibiting the sale of biometrics. When I see that the thing that she scrolled to next are these are two exemptions that it's like an adventure. These are two exemptions that I had that had been raised by Maine Hospital Association, and I thought they were reasonable ones. I had originally had healthcare information in a healthcare setting exempted anyway, but the representative from that organization had suggested that using language in Maine law would be a better approach. I thought that made sense, so I made those two changes. A representative from the pharmaceutical industry had made requests that looked quite similar to that. Should you move forward with this, I'd want to, it just to be fair and responsive, would want to have time to consult with them to see if this addressed the need or see if there was something further. So I would want the chance to review that. What's next? Okay, so these small changes just reflect Representative Moriarty had raised that that some of the language around processors, the distinction between the person that or the entity that controls the data and the person that might execute it. So those processor requirements had some duplications or just could have been phrased a little bit better. So I took that into account and consulted with folks on it, and did some work. I reached out to folks in Maryland who have been working on this for a couple of years and got some insight. They have done a lot of work with industry to get that language right. So in short, that's what I did, and I'm happy to go into more detail about what I did, which will appear at the bottom. So if we keep going, prohibit sale, healthcare. Oh, and right here. So I had probably the most responsive, and I really appreciate it, was the financial institutions. And I had a lot of back and forth with them, spoke on the phone with a couple people, and actually they were the only folks that were able to, that were willing to do a survey of their members and what they do, what data they currently gather. And that was really useful to me to see. So what I found out was that in the situations where voice recognition is used, they use a consent model right now. All of the respondents said, if we use voice recognition, we're getting consent. And then there were a handful of uses of facial recognition, but mostly for authentication, which is like a verifying your identity kind of thing, rather than a surveillance use like recording a public space and then running facial recognition, which is one of the most concerning uses to folks. So given those conversations, I moved from my position more, if they're over here and I'm over here, I move more toward the middle to make an accommodation so that information that is current, like financial information, the kind of information that's currently regulated, wouldn't be applied. That would be exempted. And this is language, I borrowed this straight out of a law that is currently in California regulating the use of data generally. California is the 5th largest economy in the world. So it's not a uncommon law or applicability. And then the policy requirements, it just says, if you ask, they'll delete it after a certain amount of time. And then there was another part about the UDAP provision. And this just came with conversation with the AG's office saying I should have drafted it differently by putting it at the bottom. So I did that. And there's also a packet that that concludes the amendment part. That's the ban on selling your biometric information right there.
Oh, and you did want to talk about that because of the, just prohibited.
It was what I had intended. I just goofed on not noticing it was drafted wrong. So
okay,
that's how the Illinois law is now. So
let's just keep it there for a moment so committee members can read through it. Thanks. Okay. Everybody set with having read that? Yeah, okay, thank you. Representative O'Neill, can you also speak to the change in the section regarding processors?
Sure. So I think I talked about the request to look at this. So basically the updated language says processors can't conduct activity with biometric identifiers unless it's authorized by a contract. So they can't go off on their own and do something. They have to stick to what a contract says and process for a controller. And the contract between the entity and the processor has to say that the processor needs to use the biometrics within that business relationship. They can't go off and do other stuff with it. And they can't sell it. That's in the ban on the sale. And the controlling entity that seeks out the contract with the processor has to limit the processor's uses of biometric data to the terms that you or I consent to when we give consent. It's not too different from how it was before. It just mostly was making it just kind of cleaning up drafting. And there were a number of questions. I went back through the video and had taken notes on some questions too and submitted that in a packet. Two things I wanted to note was there are 2 resources here today. Like I can field questions, but also I wanted you to know that the first resource is Brendan O'Neill from the AG's Consumer Protection. He can answer more high-level questions about how the bill protections compare to other consumer privacy law that he's enforcing those laws on the books every day, and the mechanics of the bill and how it might work in comparison. So those kind of high-level questions. the Attorney General has submitted a letter of support for the bill. And because the bill came from me and I was the one who drafted it with national experts, I just sought feedback from the AG's office and incorporated it. I also wanted to have available a privacy expert as well. So there's a national privacy expert available to you today. His name's Nate Wessler. Just as background, he grew up in Maine and he came to testify, but he wouldn't tell you, but he argued one of the most important privacy cases in front of the Supreme Court. That's called Carpenter. And because of his work, government needs to get a warrant to access your cell phone data. So Nate can answer your questions about Illinois versus Washington and Texas laws and what the impact has been. And you could ask him about things like the impact on Clearview AI, which I included in the question packet. And also he could answer questions about how it will work on the ground and why it's been important in Illinois.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill, and thank you for all of the information you've provided. You sent us a long document late last night, and we really appreciate you getting that to us in advance of today's work session. I see that there are some committee questions. Representative Evangelos, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Representative O'Neill. I just want to make sure I understand everything in the bill. Would you define processor for me? Who is or what is a processor?
Sure. So if I could say what the main thing is, it's not the main thing, but it's one of the players in the privacy world. There are two typical entities. One is the controller type person. You may or may not have a relationship with them, but they're the one that is controlling the uses of the data. They might hold it, they might have a relationship with you, they might collect it from you. And then there could be a processor who fulfills obligations for the controller, but the controller is dictating the terms. So it's kind of like a subcontractor or something like that, contractor.
Thank you. Committee members, are there any additional questions? I'm not seeing any questions for the bill sponsor. I did want to open the floor up for committee discussion of this legislation. Anybody like to speak to share their thoughts regarding the proposed legislation? Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've never been so compelled to look at this in the terms of how much bad it can do towards technology and innovations and conveniences versus the protection factor. And I recall in the public hearing how many people said how many innovations are being made throughout our homes, from Siri to Lexus to open my garage door and turn the thermostat down at home, and so many things that would be buried by this, if I'm reading it right. And I don't know if it's possible. I happened to look in the waiting room, and as Andrew Kingman is in there, and I remember his testimony when he wrote about it. And I guess I had a couple questions if it's possible he could be brought in.
Yes, just give me a moment. Andrew Kingman will be joining us, and Representative Sheehan, I know that your hand was up, and once we are done with questions for Andrew Kingman, then we'll return to you, but please remember to raise your hand again as well.
Absolutely, happy to wait.
Andrew Kingman, thank you for joining the Judiciary Committee. And Representative Thorne has some questions for you. Go ahead,
Sure.
Representative.
Can folks hear me okay before we start?
We can.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Kingman, for being here today. And Representative O'Neill mentioned some of the consequences on the privacy side of things, but there's innovations I recall from the public hearing that this bill would negatively impact. And I just wanted to get that straight in my head, that I was right in assuming that.
Yeah.
The unintended consequences of this legislation on.
Sure. So, I think there are a couple.
Mr. Kingman, can you just, I'm not remembering where you're from and
Sure.
what organization you represent.
North
If
Shore
you
Deep.
could start with that, and then
Yeah, absolutely.
we're happy to hear your answer.
And just so I know, are we time limited here in the same way? Do we have a certain number of minutes to speak?
Yeah, so this is a work session. It's different from a public hearing. And basically, you're invited to join the panel for the purpose of answering the question. So it's not time limited, but it is limited to.
I will still be brief, but I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, my name is Andrew Kingman. I represent the State Privacy and Security Coalition. So we're a company of a coalition of 32 companies and 7 trade associations. We span telecom, tech, automobile, retail, payment card. So represent a wide variety of sectors here. And then I also am a compliance attorney, and so I counsel clients through privacy laws. I'm an attorney at DLA Piper. And so I help them, try to puzzle their way through various privacy laws and design compliance mechanisms and disclosures that comply with various state laws. So that's a little bit about my background. Happy to answer any more questions about that, but that's who I'm representing today and my background here.
Follow up, if I may, Madam
Yeah,
Chair?
of course. Yeah.
I don't think he's answered your question yet. You might want to re-ask it.
I think it was unintended consequences and some of the privacy side of things here. Is that correct? Yeah. So, I think we've got the law that this was based on, the Illinois biometrics law, was passed in 2008, right? And that's, less than a year after the iPhone was invented. And so we've learned a lot of things since then. And one of the things that we have learned is that this law is really a compliance morass and a law that has been really abused via the private right of action. And some of those unintended consequences particularly relate to fraud prevention and cybersecurity prevention. And talked a little bit about this in the hearing, but having a little bit more time here, I have personally counseled clients, and it is a regular practice to counsel clients to turn down fraud services in Illinois. This is because the risk of litigation is so great. It's really not about the merits in the Illinois litigation environment. It's much more about just finding a company that uses biometrics and suing them and hoping to get a settlement. And these are not particularly large settlements that go to consumers. It largely goes to the trial lawyers. So there are efforts underway, several different efforts to amend the law in Illinois. Unclear, whether that will happen this year, but it's been a growing and bipartisan effort to recognize that there is reform needed in that state. I think this bill also has a couple unique pieces to it that present additional unintended privacy, anti-privacy consequences. So the first is that it broadly defines, it sort of imports a California definition for personal information, which is incredibly broad. And then it also broadens that to include households and requires that when somebody, when an individual asks for a company to provide them their biometric identifier, that it also include every piece of information that could possibly be linked with that person or that household. These are the types of privacy violations where, one individual is getting information on their spouse, or, again, we discussed it in California around the time of the Privacy Act, and then throughout the issuance of the regulations in California about the sensitivity to this issue. And California very much narrowed what their definition of household was, but they also passed a law saying, they also instituted a provision in the regulations saying that a business is not required to return sensitive information back to the individual, because they recognize that that sensitive information is very vulnerable when it's in our email inbox. It's much more vulnerable than it is when it's stored securely on a server. So California recognized that. I think these are the types of issues that this bill would invoke in Maine. And so, what we're talking about here is a massive compliance and a massive litigation environment that will radically change with the adoption of this law. And I don't think that's overstating it. I am not given to hyperbole, but I describe the Illinois law as the most toxic privacy law in the country, specifically because it has very little to do with protecting consumers, and it has much to do with enriching the trial bar.
And that's where I guess I come from when I say Illinois is a litmus test, if you will, for this law. And it just seems to me like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, that in order to get rid of the negative intended consequences, we're also getting rid of the positive unintended consequences of convenience and security. So,
yeah, I would agree with that, Representative.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Committee members, are there additional questions for Mr. Kingman? Okay, Representative Sheehan does not have a question for him. Okay, I'm going to send you back to the attendee part of the meeting. Oh, hold on a second. Did you, Senator Kine, did you have a question for Mr. Kingman? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Kingman, you mentioned that there was a massive litigation environment in Illinois. I just was wondering if you had numbers around that.
Yeah, in the last 4 years, trial lawyers have filed over 1,100 class action lawsuits in the state based on this legislation. They have filed them against entities that literally are, they have targeted processors, they have targeted controllers, they have targeted nursing homes, they have targeted entities that provide cybersecurity and fraud prevention services, a group of companies which is not addressed in this legislation, and so would still be vulnerable in Maine to that point. And so it has been, really a cottage industry in that state. As I said, over 1,100 class actions filed, to the point where it is a bipartisan effort to start taking a look at reforming the statute.
Very good. Thank you for the information.
Sure.
Any other questions for Andrew Kingman? Representative Babich, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kingman, I'm getting a sense that you're not a fan of the bill. If I could ask you to identify what you see as the most egregious section of the bill, what would you identify?
I think the most egregious is the private right of action. The lack of a cybersecurity exemption also will lead to services being turned down. The definition of biometric identifier is overbroad in that it covers things that we would not consider to be biometric information. Another issue that has been a problem in Illinois. The requirement to return sensitive information to consumers, the prohibition on service providers who do engage in fraud prevention services not being able to use their database across multiple vendors, so that companies and consumers are safe with multiple products that they may use. There are any number of issues that I think present real compliance challenges and safety challenges to Maine consumers here.
Thank you.
It looks like the questions for Mr. Kingman have been asked and answered. So this time for real, I'm going to send you back to the attendee part of the meeting.
All right, thank you very much for.
Representative Sheehan, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I really want to thank the sponsor for bringing this very important and extremely complicated bill to us. It's, privacy issues are very important to me. And in reading through the documents that you submitted and also the amendments that you've worked on, I've learned a lot, but I've also come to the conclusion that I don't know enough about the breadth of concerns here and the depth of some of the issues. And I've come away wanting to see a robust stakeholder process to sort through these issues and help me to understand a little bit more. I'm not an attorney, and I try not to use that as an excuse, but there's so much here, and I'm really struggling to feel confident, and just kind of wanted to share that with everyone.
Thank you, Representative Sheehan. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I mean, I only need look right here at the screen. We're using facial recognition and voice in order to vote here in the Maine legislature. So a lot of issues that I have with this, and I don't know if this is an appropriate time to make a motion ought not to pass, but I'd like to do so when appropriate.
Okay, I will leave it up to you. Can make the motion now, or we can continue the discussion and I'll recognize you later. That's your prerogative.
I'll allow discussion if any other the committee members have discussion. I see hands up, so I'll honor that discussion.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been skimming materials as we've been hearing testimony. I have one question for Peggy and one for the sponsor. I'll begin with a question to Peggy. During the public hearing, Deborah Hart from the Retail Association of Maine made reference to a bill, LD 1982, which apparently had just come out from the IDEA committee. It was said to be a similar piece of legislation. I have not printed it or read it. Do you know offhand any information about that bill?
My understanding about LD 1982 is it's complex, that it is a consumer data privacy bill plus some pieces about I think small loans, and that it has not come out of the IDEA committee, that it's sponsored by Senator Rafferty, and it is currently tabled in I believe it's the Senate on reference. It was originally referenced to, if I can say originally, referenced to the health coverage, insurance, and financial services committee because of the loan piece of it. But I think it's tabled in the Senate to determine whether it should go there or to the Judiciary Committee or to IDEA, or I'm not sure if I've heard some information that the sponsor is interested in kind of changing what's in the bill anyway, but I can't confirm that.
So there's an outstanding committee reference issue?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
And there might be other issues involved with it as well, but right now it is not referred to a committee.
Okay, well, that's good too. Thanks for clarifying. I had a question for Representative O'Neill. Sorry for not having noticed this earlier. I was skimming the new draft. In section 9604, subparagraph 2, there is a definition of confidential and sensitive information, which appears to be distinguishable from biometric information. My skimming is not entirely complete, but can you tell me where else in the bill confidential and sensitive information appears? And to be specific, is there a prohibition of disclosure of that type of information in addition to biometric?
Thanks for the question. Sorry, I'm pulling up all my little windows. What I wanted to, if you wouldn't mind, Representative Moriarty, I wanted to answer your first question because when I saw that Senator Rafferty had sponsored that bill, I reached out to him, and that bill, there have been a number of industry written privacy bills. There's a trend right now where industry is trying to put in privacy laws that are weaker and that lower the bar. And Senator Rafferty didn't realize that this was one of those bills. He's a privacy advocate, but once he realized that that was the case, he's decided to remove the privacy part of that bill. So that's the status of it. And he might continue to work on a second part of the bill that has to do with loans.
Okay.
But folks suggested that we hold this bill or work one or the other. But the very reason they're referencing it is because it's a weaker industry favored bill. And and something I wanted to, okay, so you asked about confidential and sensitive information and where else that appears.
Right.
And off the cuff, what I can remember is that the reason that we define confidential and sensitive information is to say what type of information that is. And you'll see it in the context of, because it's like it's a tort base, like what's a reasonable way to treat this kind of data. So really what it says is treat biometric data the way that you treat confidential and sensitive information. So treat it like you treat a social security number or better. So that creates the standard.
Okay, having defined the term though, is there anything else in the bill that regulates the use, the collection, the storage of confidential and sensitive information?
This bill is specifically about biometric information. And going back to the conversation about it, my goal is really just to look at one particular subset of information, and that's biometrics. And it's because that data is so sensitive, and because of disparate impacts. Really, our most vulnerable community members are impacted by errors in computing, particularly of facial recognition. It can lead to things like wrongful arrest, which I cited to in my in the packet that I submitted. I showed one example where a gentleman, a father, was wrongfully arrested, I think in front of his kids. And
is it possible then there's no need to define this term in this bill?
Well, um, I don't see the issue with it. I actually think it's important to define, because if we're saying that if a judge has to look at how an entity stored something and whether they kept it safe, the standard is going to be, did they keep it safe the way they should for confidential and sensitive information? And it gives a little bit of guidance to a judge to look at that and say, okay, did they keep it like they keep the social security number?
Okay, thank you.
Representative Babbage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there was some miscommunication about the length and who might testify at our last gathering. And we just had Mr. Kingman brought forth to give some testimony. And if it's okay with the chair, I'd like to ask the sponsor if who would better be able to address the workability of this bill regarding the issues that Mr. Kingman brought to us. Would it be the AG's representative that you have in waiting, or would it be Mr. Wexler or whatever? But I think given the fact that you've had a couple meetings now where you've had people available for us, I would like to have, at least you have the one opportunity to bring one person forward to give some information regarding those specific weaknesses of the bill brought forth by Mr. Kingman.
Thank you. My request would be to bring up Nate Wexler to come and talk about it. I also would suggest that you speak to the Attorney General too, because they're in the business of protecting consumer info every day. But I think specifically for privacy that Nate Wexler would be a good person to bring up first. But both are important.
Is that possible, Madam Chair?
It is, and if you could just, as Representative Thorne did, if you could pose a question to Nate Wexler, that would be consistent with the work session that we're in. Thank you. He should be joining us momentarily. I did bring him over to the panel.
Good afternoon. Sorry that took a moment to connect. Thank you, Chair Carney, and thanks, Representative Babbage. If you were in the process of asking a question while I was connecting, I didn't hear it, so I'm ready now.
I did not, but I will now.
Okay, thank you.
My real question is for you. Have you seen Representative O'Neill's most recent amendment?
I have.
Thank you. My real question is for you to address the workability of the bill, of the amendment as written. But what was brought to us by Mr. Kingman were issues regarding the private right of action, the biometric identification being overbroad, return of info to consumers he saw as a problem, and also the fraud prevention services not being able to use information across multiple vendors. So how workable is this amendment as presented? And if you could address any of those, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. Absolutely. So I think that as amended, the bill is clear. I think Representative O'Neill has cleared up a couple pieces of drafting lack of clarity. And in my view, it's quite workable. And in fact, this is a narrower, in important respects, a narrower and clearer bill than the Illinois law that's been on the books that Mr. Kingman was talking about. So maybe I can address a couple ways in which I think it actually is easier for private entities to comply with than the Illinois bill, and then can address the specific issues that Mr. Kingman identified that you just ticked through. One important piece in the definitions where this legislation differs from the Illinois bill is that the Illinois bill is broader in that it covers both biometric identifiers, the face print itself, the fingerprint itself, as well as a category of information it calls biometric information And that has caused some mischief in Illinois. Businesses, I think, have sometimes struggled to figure out what is biometric information, what information is sufficiently closely related to the biometric identifier that it needs to be protected. This bill, I think, wisely cuts out all of that gray area and focuses just on ensuring that there is consent, notice and consent to actually collect and use the biometric identifier itself. So in that way, I think it's a very clear and narrow requirement. One type of data, highly sensitive, and what I regard as very clear rules about what to do with it. Another dimension in which this draft differs from the Illinois bill is the way in which it separates out processors, which, as Representative O'Neill described, responds to some concerns from the part of industry that really, as she described it, subcontracts with businesses that actually have contact with individuals, and provide some assurance to those processors that as long as they are acting within the scope of their contract with the private entity, they're insulated. If they were to go outside the contract and start selling my fingerprints for profit, they could be subject to an enforcement action, as they should be. But otherwise, they can do their business, and the entity at the front end has to make sure they get the consent. And I think that's as it should be, because they're the ones with the relationship with the consumer. So to respond to the specific issues you noted, the private right of action is the core of this bill in important ways. Without a private right of action, there is just not going to be sufficient deterrence and enforceability. And I want to give a couple examples. I'm right now counsel in a case in Illinois under the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act, where we are suing Clearview AI. That's the company you heard a little bit about at the hearing that has amassed a database of 10 billion, with a B, face prints by grabbing people's photos from their social media pages, from employer who works here websites, from local newspapers, everywhere else, scraping and collecting face prints out of it and creating this humongous identity database. They have told their investors they intend to expand that to 100 billion photos by the end of this year, which would, in Clearview's words, let them identify nearly every human on Earth, 95% identification, which is an incredible power. We have sued them in Illinois, representing a group of organizations that work with survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence, undocumented immigrants, former and current sex workers, people who exercise their right to protest, who are concerned about the ability of companies to contract with Clearview to instantaneously identify us and pull all of our photos from every corner of the internet where they might be. Our lawsuit seeks only injunctive relief. We want to make sure that this company starts getting people's consent. We have defeated their motion to dismiss. The litigation is ongoing. It's in discovery now. But without that private right of action, individuals in Illinois who were disturbed about this loss of the security and control over their sensitive biometric identifiers would have had no meaningful tool to enforce their rights. That's important. The other thing that I think can and should be done if this bill passes is to provide educational materials to Maine businesses to explain what these basic requirements are. Model language to have as the consent process. Model language for the notice, talking about how long retention is and how it will be used. That's something that the state government in Illinois is actually working on right now in response to industry concerns. And I think that that's a really sensible way to make sure that nobody's blindsided. That's, I think, not the intent of this bill. The intent is to make sure that people maintain control and can say no if they don't want their face print or their fingerprint in a corporate database potentially to be sold or to be misused. The definition of biometric identifier, I don't understand the objection. To me, this is a very narrowly circumscribed definition. It actually is borrowed, I think, maybe not word for word, but substantially from the Washington Biometric Privacy Bill, Washington State. So it's the definition is biometric identifier means information generated by measurements of an individual's unique biological characteristics, including, and it gives the examples, iris, retina, face print, fingerprint, palm print. Industry uses the terminology of biometric identifiers all the time. The federal government does. I think this is a very clear and narrow definition. So I'm not sure what else to say to that. This is not a bill that's going to bleed out into all kinds of other data that companies are collecting or holding. As to the cybersecurity exception, security applications are some of the places where we have seen some of the worst effects on people who aren't able to choose whether to share their biometric identifiers. There's, for example, a young girl, 14-year-old, living in the Detroit area, who was dropped off by her parents at a skating rink, a roller skating rink in the Detroit suburbs, to join some friends there. Walked in, unbeknownst to her or her parents, the rink had a security camera hooked up to face recognition technology. It alerted to her, it identified her as somebody who had been in some kind of an altercation previously, and they kicked her out unceremoniously on the curb. In fact, that was her first time there. They misidentified her. She was left on the curb. Her parents had already left. So I just want to emphasize that there's nothing special about security applications that necessarily are less harmful. Requiring consent, providing notice to people, and implementing the storage limitations and the other data security protections in the bill, I think are a very reasonable way to treat this information. I think I've addressed all the issues, but if there's anything else, please let me know.
Fraud prevention services not being able to use info across multiple vendors, is that a?
Yeah, I really, frankly, don't, I think, have the expertise to address that, except to say that I don't see any reason under the language of this bill why an entity that seeks to collect someone's biometric identifier could not make their consent language consistent with use across affiliates, right? If it's a business with affiliates or a business with multiple products, a person can give informed consent to any number of uses. Not to sale, you cannot profit off the biometric identifier. But that's really the only red line. And so I don't understand why the consent language could not be consistent with that kind of a use.
Thank you for your testimony. And could you identify your organization once again for us?
Yes, so I'm sorry. My name is Nate Wessler. I'm a deputy director of the American Civil Liberties Union Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project. That's the national ACLU.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate that.
Yep. Thank you. Representative Thorne, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I missed, Mr. Wessler may have mentioned where he was from, but I missed that.
Yes, I live in New York. I grew up in Litchfield and Hollowell, Maine. My parents still live in the state, and I visit as often as I possibly can. So it's a pleasure to be here speaking with you. Thank you.
But you're currently in New York, correct?
That's right. That's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Babbage, is your hand up anew or? Okay. Thank you. And committee members, we've had answers to questions from Nate Wessler. Is there anybody else who would like to ask him a question? I am not seeing any hands up. Thank you for coming back to the committee on this matter. I'm going to move you back to the attendee part of the meeting. And committee members, I guess I would like to invite some more, if committee members could share their thoughts on this proposed legislation. And I can just volunteer that I'm persuaded that it's really important for Maine to act with regard to protecting privacy of biometric information. I share Representative Sheehan's concerns about wishing to see a really robust stakeholder process that looks at these issues from a lot of different angles. Representative O'Neill, I know you've done a tremendous amount of work, and I think that you've created a great starting point for that stakeholder process. But again, I do feel that the state as a whole and the legislation that this committee could report out would benefit from some additional vetting and the kind of information exchange and legislation shaping process that comes out of that kind of a stakeholder group. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, I'm voting for the bill. This is such a gross invasion of privacy. And I think because it's relatively new and so complex, and it's like hidden from us, but it's going on, and people are basically stealing our identity, profiting from it, potentially hurting us with it, subjecting us to hacking, whatever. And I want to give Representative O'Neill a chance to debate it on the floor. So I'm going to vote yes for the bill.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Representative Libby?
I have to agree with Representative Evangelos. I think this is an incredibly important bill. And I really appreciate the work that Representative O'Neill has done on it. She's put an incredible amount of thought and hard work into it. And I believe I best serve my constituents and the people of Maine by voting this bill out of committee and allowing her the opportunity to debate it on the floor and have all of our colleagues speak to the bill.
Thank you. Other committee members? Senator Sanborn?
Sorry. I've only just joined the work session and I wasn't able to be here previously as I was chairing a different committee. But my inclination is that this is a really important issue that needs legislation probably at some point, but that I have grave concerns about where we are right now. And so I would support some sort of resolution to take this forward.
Thank you. Other committee members, Representative Babbage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I see the work that Representative O'Neill has done as very important. I think, as far as me getting my head wrapped around all of this is a bigger task than I'm able to accomplish in the next week or two. But my default position, from everything I've seen in the bill, would be a yes vote. But I also would support, with reluctance, making sure that there's a stakeholder process that reports to the 131st. My regret is that I won't be there to help enact whatever the recommendation or amended recommendation that might come out of that group, because I'm term limited. So if I have a question here, would be if we came up with a three-way report, and one of them is a stakeholder group, for instance. One of them's not to pass, one of them's not to pass as amended. How might we salvage a particular direction? The chambers would determine which report to go forward with, each chamber, and that would determine whether or not a stakeholder group would be created or not. Is that correct?
In this instance, the bill would start in the House, and so Chair Harnett would move one of the reports, and the House would vote, and whatever the House reported would then come to the Senate, and the Senate could move that report or a different report. And potentially the bill could go back and forth until a concurrence was reached, or potentially not. And we've seen that happen a couple of times in the first session.
I appreciate that. I asked the question, I think knowing the answer, but my dilemma is that if I choose to vote one way or another, I do not to enable those that disagree with me to kill the bill and have nothing go forward. So thank you for the answer. Thank you.
Senator Kine?
Thank you. I think I think this topic is incredibly important and really shouldn't wait. I'm in a mind to, support an ought to pass as amended motion, and recognizing that, we may actually put something into law that we would later then amend after we saw, if there, what issues there would be that need to be changed, because it's not set in stone. Thankfully, nothing we do can't be fixed at a later date. It is very sweeping, and there likely are unintended consequences that might happen from that. I think a stakeholder group is important, but I also see it as a moment that allows the conversation to be tanked as well by the interests out there who don't want us to have greater authority over, refusing to allow our private data to be just used however. And I think that people of Maine want us to give them greater protections. I introduced a bill myself this session that was very involved, and unfortunately it was killed between the bodies because they didn't want to agree where to reference it. So I think that goes to show that there's a lot of power behind this type of legislation to kill it. And I didn't have the proper political power to keep my bill even to the point of committee to overcome it. So I see the very strong likelihood of those powers killing this bill before it gets out of the stakeholder group. And that's my concern about moving forward with that, and not moving forward with something. So I guess I'm definitely putting my stake in the ground to say that I think this is really important, and I definitely will be putting my efforts behind finding ways to protect Maine people's private information and allowing them still to participate in the world, which is online, but not giving so much preferential treatment to the companies out there who basically can use it however they want. So I guess I'll be voting ought to pass as amended, and am also very hopeful that a stakeholder group actually happens, and that we get meaningful legislation out of this.
Thank you. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And where this is a work session, we will work through it. I will respectfully agree to disagree with my colleague from the other house from Oxford that I will not support a bill that I think is too broad, too sweeping, and too inclusive of good and bad for the sake of eliminating bad. I haven't officially made a motion. I merely mentioned it. So the speak of resolve is something that I am not opposed to, so that we might be able to work on this a little further. It's ever evolving, and it's complicated, and it's complex, and there's a lot of, to coin a phrase, a lot of moving parts to it. And for us to rush it out as is for the sake of passing it, I don't agree with. So I'll be open to other motions on the floor. Thank you.
And just to clarify, Representative Thorne, have you made a motion yet or not yet?
As we used to say in the Air Force, that's a negative.
Okay, thank you.
No,
Representative. Okay, Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Army, we said negatory, which may not be a real word, but you get the gist. Madam Chair, Senator Kime captured many of the points that I wanted to express, and I'm not going to repeat the points that she covered so well. I think that every instinct in my system supports the purpose of this bill. I will acknowledge to all of my colleagues that I have a good deal more to learn about the subject. I suspect we all probably do. It's a topic that's bigger than I probably imagined when we first had a chance to look at the original bill. And I haven't thoroughly read the substitute bill, but we are in a unique sort of system where we are compelled to take a stand in many instances before we have what might be described as a thorough and infallible understanding of the topic. So I'm torn between those two extremes, and I will come down in favor of supporting the bill and will enthusiastically support any effort to study it further, including during the interim period between signature, should that happen, and effective date, and even thereafter. I think that's a great idea, but too much is going on too fast, and I think we have to say and do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, committee members? I would just like to respond, I think, to what Representative Moriarty just said. I agree with you, Representative Moriarty, that this is a high priority, and I very much want to do something right now. My concern is that if we pass something and then start down the road to implement it and feel that we have made a mistake, it takes more time to undo something that we pass without understanding it than it does to pass something that we understand and implement. And, but I agree with you from the passion for protecting the privacy of Mainers. I think that that's our top priority. I think we just disagree as to what's the quickest way to ensure that we get to that end. But I really respect your contributions.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion if it's allowed.
Go ahead.
I'm going to move ought to pass as amended Representative O'Neill's amendment. This is not a study group. This is the bill that she brought forward with the amendment today.
It's the amendment that we saw on the screen today.
Correct.
Thank you. Is there a second on that motion?
Would like to second that motion if you can do it without me on video.
Actually, Senator Keim is on video, and she is able to second it, so we'll have her second it.
Thank you.
Senator Keim, your second? Okay. So a motion by Representative Evangelos, seconded by Senator Keim. And committee members, is there any discussion on the motion? Representative Babich, go ahead.
If the sponsor could clarify for me one aspect of the bill. I know it's based on Illinois, but Illinois did carve out, to my knowledge, the financial industry. The amendment evidently does affect banks and credit unions to a degree. Can you just clarify how that is relevant?
Absolutely. So there are two ways to exempt entities. The first way is to exempt that, like if you're a state, that you can exempt them based on their activity that's currently regulated by a federal law like HIPAA or GLB, which regulates financial institutions. Or you can regulate everything they do, even things that aren't regulated by that law. So what I did was an activity level exemption, which exempts them for their activity that is currently regulated under federal law, but it doesn't for things that aren't regulated. And if folks want to talk about that on before language review, I'm more than happy to work with you on that. if you feel like you need, something different.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. Representative Babbage, are you all set with that answer? Did you have a follow-up?
Only to say that it is an expansion. How?
Not an expansion. No, I took this language from the CCPA, which is California's big privacy law, and just took it and put it in there. So it means if their activity is regulated by GLB now, they're all set. If it's something else, then they have to think about complying with the law because those same restrictions don't apply. But again, I'm more than happy to work with you guys if it's something you want
That
to
does
discuss.
satisfy me. Thank you very much, Representative.
Committee members, any additional discussion? Is the committee ready for a vote?
I'd love to ask for a brief corner caucus, if I might.
Okay, that's fine. So let's see, it's almost 3:10, so we will take a brief recess until 3:15, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Babbage, are you going to join the corner caucus? Okay, your audio and our video are on. Thank you. Colleagues, I just wanted to reach out, and if you are done with your corner caucus, could you please activate your video to rejoin the meeting? We're going to wait just a couple of more minutes for members of the committee to return.
Madam Speaker, this is Representative Libby. I am here, but will turn on my camera just for voting.
Thank you. I was wondering if that was the case, and I really appreciate you letting us know. So it looks like we are ready to vote. Well, actually, I should ask the committee, is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are, and so we're voting on Representative Evangelos ought to pass as amended based on the amendment that we reviewed this morning, seconded by Senator Keim. And our committee clerk is here to call the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn.
No.
Senator Sanborn votes no. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Sorry, no.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes no. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
No.
Representative Sheehan votes no. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
No.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Harnett. Representative Harnett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 6 members voting in the affirmative, 5 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. And I am one of the no votes, so I will just say that my report would be ought to pass as amended, the amendment being a stakeholder process that reports back to the Judiciary Committee by December 15th, 2022, with authority to report out legislation in the first regular session of the 131st legislature. And could those who are joining that report please let our committee clerk know?
I would be in favor of that.
Okay. Did you have all the information you need, Supi?
That looks like everybody that voted against the, okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. And so the ought to pass as amended, I'll call it Committee Amendment A, passed with 6 votes. An ought to pass as amended B received 5 with 3 absences. Senator Keim, your hand is raised. Would you like to speak to the committee?
I just was going to ask you if you were going to be defining the stakeholder group or how that that was going to look. And maybe you don't know yet, but that was my curiosity.
Yeah, I have been working on it a little bit, and I would like to bring it back to the committee for language review at the earliest opportunity. But thank you for asking. Anything else on LD 1945? I wanted to express a lot of gratitude and appreciation to Representative O'Neill for bringing the bill forward and for all of your excellent work on this topic.
Thanks for your time.
And with that, we'll close the work session on LD 1945. And I believe we are done our work for today. Committee members, anything before we adjourn? Wanted to ask Peggy and Soupy if there's anything you wanted to alert us to before we adjourn?
Good night.
Nope. All right, is there a motion to adjourn? Senator Keim, seconded by Representative Sheehan. All right, everyone. Good night.
Hey,
Thank you,
Bye.
everyone.
good night now.
See you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
You all. Appreciate all of you.
Appreciate all of you. Bye, Lois.
Okay.
Bye, Soupy.